Support for Live at the Bike comes from True Classic. True Classic has the absolute best fitting t-shirts a man can buy. Finding the right t-shirt is incredibly frustrating. Most t-shirts are either way too tight on your gut or they look way too big and boxy. It's time to go all in on True Classic. True Classic has already helped over 2 million men finally get a better fit at an affordable price. Our listeners get access to the best deal they offer. For a limited time only, get 25% off with the code LATB at trueclassic.com.
Welcome to the game.
Welcome to Bally's Presents Live at the Bike, the longest running high stakes poker series in the world. This action brought to you from the beautiful Park West Bicycle Hotel and Casino, located in sunny Los Angeles, California. Headline: Andy Stacks buying in for $30,000 in this 25-50 game. We're going to have an action clock today, meaning each player has 30 seconds to act. If they use up all of their 5 time chips and the clock hits 0, their hand is going to be dead. Jumping right into this action, we got Andy, Joe, L, and a few more who's going to be trickling in throughout this game. My name is Rye Guy, high stakes poker player, sports commentator, life enthusiast. And if you haven't already, make sure you like, subscribe, leave a comment. We're going to engage with the chat throughout the show.
200. Great.
Starting this one off with a little blind versus blind battle. Yen, ace high, Joe raising it up with a flush draw, taking down the first pot of the day.
Oh, Andy, yesterday I realized I left you on one river and you instant called with aces full of 4s. I was wondering why the just call. Just because you wanted to know what my hand was?
I don't think you're bad enough to call the 4. no reason to raise.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
It's a respect call.
I appreciate that. I was like, I wonder why I did that.
Glass is very
Just save time, you know?
That's fair. Yeah, totally fair.
Glass is very unique.
Oh, thank you, man. Yeah,
Like it was a curve.
yeah, I appreciate it, man. I like them. 150? It's like when there's a straight on the board, like 4 cards, like Broadway, and then the raise, and then the other guy re-raised, and then it's like why, right?
I got you.
Like,
Yeah.
if you respect the guy, you
I
just
figured
call.
there was a very logical answer.
Check.
Yeah.
275.
7.
Raise. 700.
This hand's just Actually, this mirrors the previous hand.
Call. Check.
Andy with ace high. Gutter ball to a wheel draw. Eddie with the pair of tens.
Check.
It's king of clubs turn. Check, check. And river nine of diamonds.
Check.
Andy pretty content with his showdown value. Eddie not betting his tens on this king high board, but gonna take down $1,700 pot. And my co-commentator today is showing up. He's 5'4".
Where do you live now?
On a good day.
You still up in that area, or?
No, I'm just kidding.
yeah,
Last time you introduced me as 5'7",
So
but
not too bad this time to drive
high
in here, right?
stakes poker
This
commentator,
time,
legend
yeah, what I
JJ
tried to do is, like,
De La
I wanna go
Garza.
downtown
I think I said
relatively.
5'7".
Big L or sit
And I'll
out.
come here after and leave.
Almighty
Yeah, that's
power,
probably
Yeah.
Yeah.
rocking a high V-pip, something along those lines. What's up, everybody? If you would like a shout out,
Yeah.
jump in. Put your name heard. We'll give you a shout out. We're here with Rye Guy.
What do you guys
normally
want?
do it on election.
Collection, yeah.
Yeah.
collection, okay.
Yeah.
Got a 25.50, a $50 big blind Annie. Starting off short-handed.
Well, we
Sometimes
recently been
these
doing
players
rather
roll
than
up a
every
little late.
collection, every other, like on the
It should be
hour.
7-8-handed
So
though.
whatever everyone wants to do, I'm cool with.
Double board, single board.
Same
Double.
as yesterday, pretty much. You guys want
Same
to
as
do
yesterday. Yeah, we'll do it on the hour.
double board bomb pot at the top of the hour with the time collection.
Sure.
Oh, it looks like it's sticking.
All right.
So usually in a game, Right Guy here at the bicycle, it's an invite game that I put together a couple times a week. We do bomb pots. We used to do them on every collection, which was getting too crazy, even on either changes. Now we refined them to double board bomb pots on the hour of collection, and on the half hour we just pay by seat. So for instance, if the 8 was on the board before an ace, which is yen seat, then Eddie would pay for everybody. Deuce, deuce, 10.
Check. 200. Hold.
So you said Eddie, right?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Eddie in seat number 9. About 10 years ago, we were playing 5-5 against each other. And look at how he's grown, Right Guy. He was the manager, hiring manager at Facebook, now works for Netflix.
You been playing poker?
Seat number 1 is Yan. She has a World Series of
Traveling?
Circuit.
Where'd you go?
Not Circuit, a World Series
Oh, shit.
bracelet in the female event back in like 2012. Seat number
How was
4, we
Colombia?
got Joe.
Sounds amazing.
Briefcase Joe, as Wayne calls him. And seat number 6, Andy Stats.
Yeah. Partying there? Partying? Yeah. Yeah. For sure, man.
Briefcase Joe brings some serious action,
Yeah.
but he's also a rarely
It's like
good
that when you
poker
travel outside
player.
at US, basically anywhere,
Picking
like
out
you
the
go, you're like,
spots,
damn, it's so cheap.
coming
Like,
in there with
you're
some
just used to expensive.
less
yeah,
than
you know.
premium hands, but
Re-raise.
putting players in some really tough spots. He won about $35,000 last Thursday, and I believe about $15,000 on the 10-20 game, the first
Same
10-20
thing, like super cheap,
Tuesday on
amazing,
Live at the
like,
Bike.
Everything was,
And that's going to continue
so
to
good,
go.
so good,
So if
man.
you're
Gained so
interested
much
in playing
weight.
some
That's why I was
10-20
like,
on
I lost
Live at
weight,
the
yeah,
Bike,
'cause I
hit up
came back to
producer
US.
Alex Lee.
Sorry. Otherwise I'd be
Get into the action. You bring some action. You should
I
be able
did,
to
I
get a
did.
seat.
I did like a lot of outdoor
Draw your keys,
stuff and
okay,
like, you know,
red or black.
it's just really humid and hot there. That's the only thing, you know. It's just like, yeah.
There it is. Yes. Yep.
It's like that on the East Coast too.
The Baccarat,
When are
dude.
you
The
supposed to
Baccarat, man.
You want to come in right under the gun here? Are you ready to go?
30.
30? Alright, I got 40.
Alright. I see how it is.
Go on, man.
I don't want to send you back to the Baccarat early today, David.
Or I got
You know.
reserves.
All right.
Reserve.
Feeling him in, okay? 40,000.
David rolling an action player,
2550 with a
willing to mix it up, do some crazy things.
400.
400.
Coming from the Baccarat table, so
2550, David. What the fuck? You got 8 exit already?
Shadow 400.
All right.
buying in for $40,000, so he'll have the table covered. I imagine Andy might add on to his 30K
We were
stack.
talking yesterday.
Yeah.
I was asking if some of Andy's travels included Mexico City.
Oh, yeah.
Is Colombia not quite similar,
How much are you
right?
playing?
I've
10?
never been to Mexico City.
Yeah, have you heard anything about it?
No.
I just booked a trip for December to go to Mexico City.
Oh, nice. Yeah. So
Yeah.
Colombia, It's cool because there's different cities. So like for example,
Ball,
the beach city,
1300.
there's a party city, there's like the capital, which is more like
1000.
Washington D.C. type of vibe.
Gotcha.
So I would do all three.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Cool.
Just depends. Yeah. I'm sure Mexico City sounds.
Yeah,
like
give me
more of a
10,000.
party type.
Oh,
I mean, I'm going with the
five?
family.
Okay.
I got 5 behind and change.
Yeah, and then we'll do Costa Rica for that.
Oh, nice.
Because Mexico City is very far from
this one.
the ocean.
Right.
Yeah. So. Yeah, it should be
Costa
fun.
Rica's
Yeah, I hope so.
Jack 8 deuce with a couple of diamonds. Far from the worst flop for pocket tens. Yan going to continue her story with that ace of diamonds, a couple of overs as well, and range advantage.
Raise 3,000.
David taking the opportunity to pounce, raising for protection.
Can I get a green tea with honey?
Actually, could I do the same? Thank you.
I'm often all in on the first hand, aren't I?
No comment, no coaching.
What?
Yeah, no coaching. Yeah.
I'm the blind next hand. I'm the blind.
I have to give
Just
you that.
what's going on?
You can do it now.
Thank you.
What?
Whatever, right?
So Yan would have to think David's really getting out of
The
line
answer is
to
yes.
make any
Answer
sort
is
of
yes.
move here. She
If
only
you
has
take that
about
long, you're in deep trouble.
David's famous quote.
5,000
I don't
behind
care
if she
what
makes
I
the
have.
call,
What do you
so
think in their eyes? I know they have
laying it
nothing.
down,
I
not
just-
getting the right price to
That's the
drill
exact
that
words.
backdoor
The
flush
exact sentence.
or one of her overs.
You've seen it.
All too often, my friend, and I've felt it. All too often. Yesterday, he just flips over the 8 high like it was like.
50-50?
Yes, sir.
I mean, did you think you had quads when you had that 8 high, or like what was the deal?
I just knew he didn't like the board. That's all that mattered.
Yeah.
I didn't even raise him.
Remember, whoever is the biggest winner on the stream.
But I was going to shove.
Yeah.
I really didn't think he was.
Oh, you were gonna shove river?
Oh,
Wow,
yeah.
that would have been
Including
really
myself.
cool. That would have been interesting.
Yeah.
175? No, make it your chance. 6.
600.
So if we both didn't hit, then we're square. Okay. If I hit, you give me 100. You hit, I give you 100.
3 players.
So the ending result is when the
3 players and a lot of board coverage.
Not after the stream.
10-3 deuce. Swing and a miss for everybody.
I'm taking
1,600.
no bad. I'm
But
taking
David
myself.
undeterred.
Okay.
Owen?
Got a cross hand.
Fearless Joe
Started with,
ripping
like,
it
6K.
all in for $6,000.
4, 5, 57. Exactly 6.
Understanding that David's going to be getting out of
You got
line
Hannah, you're just making a
frequently.
stand.
I have something. No, I have something.
You have something?
Looking to my 4 eyes.
2 6s, huh?
10 seconds.
That is my favorite hand, 2 6s. I will say that. I will say that.
Adding time.
I call.
Call.
You have a 10? I have 2 9s.
David calling
You go
with ace
once,
high
right?
and a couple
Okay.
of backdoors.
All right, we got all in.
Drawing
and
to
a
about
call. Ready?
20% equity. It's a nice gambly game right off the bat.
Yep. Put running hearts.
Put a deuce and a deuce.
Call it.
That's a bad one.
Heart,
Queen of hearts for a sweat.
That's a bad one.
heart.
Looking for an ace or a heart.
Oh, had his
All
hand.
right.
Almost.
And Joe picking up where he
Yeah,
left
yeah,
off
had
in the
a
last
five,
few
so-
episodes.
5.5.
Scooping. Doubling up early.
6,000 on the dot.
Nice hand.
Thanks.
Thanks so much.
12 out.
And I do need one time shift.
I most certainly a call, yeah.
Which one is
That
mine?
one's yours. That's Ellis here, I think. Yeah. Thank you.
550 with a $50 big blind.
Hello.
Raise 175. Could you kindly just let Marvin know that we started so he can do the draw? Thank you.
Because I haven't 3-bet in a while.
It's been at least one hand.
3 hands in a row.
3 bets in a row. 3 in a row.
Oh, the first one you just made it 8x. But that counts as a 3-bet because it's so big.
Yeah.
You pre-3-bet it.
In my mind, it was
Yeah.
a 3-bet.
We got 200, 3 ways.
Man, David. 3-betting with 2 10s. King 8 deuce.
Check. 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 Check.
Eddie going for that 2/3 sizing.
Call.
Oh man.
My mistake, Joe with the king.
Might have the best hand.
Eddie with that 2/3 sizing as a
One
bluff.
guy bluffing and one guy calling with 2 9s again.
See if David can figure this one out.
I don't see how I can pull for a lousy 1600.
And there you go. Looks like it's going to be payday.
Oh.
Oh, good.
Almost, man.
And those of you that do not know David, he is a big action player. He loves to put pressure. He loves to veto his opponents. Probably one of the most fun players. If you make him fold to him, he will let you have it. If you like Andy Stack's poker, if you're here for Andy Stack, smash that thumbs up on right now.
Sure. Gotcha. That's a good one. I've seen it. I like it. Fold. Call. Raise. 300.
Let us know who you're rooting for in the YouTube chat.
Who are you rooting for today, JJ?
It's tough because I have a personal relationship with almost all these players at the table. I've played poker with all of them, sometimes on a weekly basis. I just want to see some cool hands. Always probably rooting for David since David gives a lot of action. And when he gets away with bluffs, he really needles and it's fun. Yesterday he put Scoop's brain in the blender with a massive bluff with airball. Raised him to 15,000 on the turn with nothing. So yesterday, we had a little bit of technical errors, but we had an awesome 10, 20, 40 game that will be re-released, right, guy? It had Reza, myself, AJ, Wayne. I'm trying to think who else was in that game. Joseph, who's in this game too, Joe, briefcase. AJ ran his stack up. He was in for 14,000, ran it all the way up to $108,000 at the end of the show. He started with 14 because he lost a bullet on the show. So I mean, his last bullet was probably like for 7 or 8, but he was in for a bullet.
David's one of those guys where when he actually gets hands...
No, this is AJ.
Oh, AJ ran it up to 100K.
Yep.
Jeez, AJ. He runs so bad. There's
he was still saying that yesterday. He's like, oh, I run so bad. We're like,
thank you so much.
You're insane.
So AJ lost about $40,000 last week, his biggest loss ever, and he followed that up with a 20K win in the 1020 streets on Tuesday, and then about a nearly 6-figure win yesterday. That is crazy.
We got a round starting now.
Shout out to Japa coming in from Toronto, Canada.
Full. 300. Full.
We got a question here in the chat. Has David ever used a time chip? I don't think so. I've never seen him use one before, actually.
Did he say that at the beginning of the show?
Is that what he said?
He might have. I've heard him say that before. He does not take long to think, that's for sure. Him and Andy play very fast.
It hits the spot.
I think the over-under for hands we can get through this episode is probably about 150 with the speed of play for these guys.
Especially with the shorthanded play, might be able to hit near 200. And look at Yen going for a 4-bet with some good removal. And these players know each other very well. They've done a lot of battling. Andy wants to make this call, but Yen already put in almost half of her stack.
I think she added on a little more. It looked like she has about 3 yellows and a couple of stacks of black, so it looks like she had about 6,000 behind as opposed to the 3,000 on the graphic. But a really nice move from her, taking the aggression lead and securing the pot with a couple of live cards and range advantage.
Yeah, she knows that Andy's light 3-betting, and there he had Jack 10 suited, so not
it's
too
like
light.
a supplemental tee, yeah, it's like healthy.
And really
stuff,
goes
yeah.
after him with the cold 4-bet with some just good removal.
You know,
I noticed he was drinking basically nothing but tea.
Yeah.
Like
Good removal, position, aggression lead.
I quit drinking alcohol, so.
And range advantage on a lot of ace, king, queen high boards, so it's going to be tough for Andy to realize the equity of his Jack 10
For
when
now,
he
I
flats out of
guess I should
position.
say
And
for now.
not a whole lot he can do there, especially with
Maybe
how
not
short
permanently.
stacked they are behind.
Appears that the straddle is already rocking, and he's going to make it 300 to go. We're going to go heads up. Ace 5-4. 2 spades.
375. Full. Side move.
What's Rob up to now? Like, what is he
Andy
doing?
with the C-bet and the take it.
Him and his,
If you guys have any questions for Rye Guy and I, hit us up in the chat. Shout out to Angelique, Joseph Lerman. He's doppelganging or something. He's chatting with us, but he's at the table. We are on a 2-hour delay, though. What's up, Joe?
Oh, okay.
Critical Gravy, Jampa.
yeah, but I think he's kind of
Praz G.
He's doing okay, though?
Yeah,
Nolan Man.
You know, went through a couple things and just
Yeah.
chilling.
And Vanek.
Yeah. He doesn't play much poker much,
Gasparian.
or you guys still play?
I don't think it. Well, no, we haven't played for a long time in that little like friendly group game.
Yeah,
that we
yeah,
had. He after that kind of played, you know, in all these different places. I certainly don't think he plays as much as he does, if
Yeah.
any.
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which is good for him. He was getting out of line, and nothing cards related.
Nothing car related.
You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I know what you mean.
Yeah,
I know what you mean.
yeah.
He had, that was kind of his thing. Like, he just.
Sure.
Yeah.
Just go bonkers, man. Listen, I get it. You know, you only live once.
Saturday, probably.
Full.
The nicest guy, though, man. I don't know why. I
Absolutely.
love his energy. He's always just like, you know, in a good mood. And
And if you're his friend, he'll do anything for you.
Yeah.
He's that guy.
Raise 1,000. Full.
He is that guy. I truly have nothing negative things to say about his character.
for sure. Damn, time flies though, huh? That was
Bro,
like
that was a long time ago.
a long time ago.
This is close to a decade ago.
2018. Was it that long ago?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit.
Maybe not a decade. Maybe you're right. Maybe it was
Like
like
6-7 years ago, maybe. Yeah.
16, 15 makes sense.
1,300 from Al. Turns the gutty.
Do you look the same back then? Maybe that's why I
Oh
don't
no,
remember.
1,300 from David,
Um,
who also
may have not won.
has the gutty.
Okay, maybe that's why.
I think all three options are on the table for a guy like Al.
He gained a couple.
He understands this board is going to hit him.
Because I do
pretty
remember
hard.
the house. It was a beautiful house. It was like red
David's the kind of guy who's going to find a lot of bluffs
it was
here.
super nice house.
Yeah.
Al very aggressive as well. Gives up his 7 high.
And I remember the wine. The wine was amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, probably because David fired such a big bet.
Fold. 300. Fold.
Oh, how much you win in that Legends? You got like what place you get?
1175.
Oh, what? How much you win in the Legends tournament? Yeah, what place did you get?
5th.
5th. How much does that pay out?
156.
156. Okay. Not bad, but not great, I guess. Yeah. I know how it is. Yeah, so close, but not close enough.
Right.
Yeah, I know.
Re-raise.
Eddie with the suited
First place is,
AK.
almost
Again,
600.
cold
Yeah,
4
yeah,
betting.
huge difference.
Once again.
And she's going to get the bad news
It's crazy
very
how like
soon.
you could be like late day 3 with like just such a massive chip lead, and then just if like maybe in like 30 minutes and like one level or something, all of a sudden you're just like, what the fuck happened? Like it's just like, you know, it's crazy, man. It's like 2 or 3 hands. It's like-
Massive chip lead is like 100
Yen.
big blinds.
Such
Yeah,
a
yeah, exactly.
decent
Like
poker
5,000
player.
in this game.
yeah.
What was like the average big blinds at the final table?
I mean, average
Eddie with just a
tournament is
flat.
always 50 big blinds.
Of the whole
Always,
tournament.
it's always around 50 big blinds.
Got like 55 left.
I mean, that tournament
Yen
played
has
deep, like,
initiative to steal this
up
one on a
until
good
maybe,
board
halfway
now,
through day two.
right, guy?
Not even, right?
Huh?
Halfway through day 2, it was playing semi-okay.
Yeah.
Like, big blinds, like, I don't know.
Always 4 stack.
Queen.
Always short stack, man. Always.
9.
It's like,
The luck of the draw. at that
4.
point, You know, luck of the draw.
That seems like the kind of board that she can take it away from. A lot of the hands she'd be bluffing with
just
would
gone. Just
surround the queen.
And an all-in.
nice run regardless, though, Al. Nice run, though. It's not easy, man, to get. It's not
It
easy.
takes a miracle to get there.
Yeah, miracle, man. Miracle after miracle, actually.
Yen gets that one through with
Is that the basis?
some precise precision there. 2 cold 4-bet bluffs in the first half hour, right, guy?
Oh, you're the straddle.
That is what talent looks like.
That shows the value of aggression when you play poker. Dominated, pre-flop.
Oh,
Eddie
you play a lot of
deciding
tournaments,
to
or
peel
not
one off
really?
there, and certainly
Yeah,
not
not
the
really either.
best
Me neither.
bluff for ace
Play that
king
Oh
suited.
yeah, I only played because it's right
And
here.
able to steal it away
But
too.
I don't travel.
The
so-
Got there.
continuation
I
jam
don't
for about
find anything else
pot.
to do.
And Eddie resigned to folding with just ace high.
I would never play tournaments unless
As
it's
opposed to if
local
he
or
had
like I'm in
jammed,
Vegas
Yen might have
already.
had
You
to
know? I would
get
never
out of the
travel
way.
for it.
Re-raise.
That's the second tournament I played the whole year.
Second tournament?
First one was the main event.
And Eddie with the
yeah,
exact
those are the
same
two good
hand,
ones.
ace king of diamonds.
LAPC.
Didn't give his
LAPC
cards
is
back to
good
the
too.
dealer apparently.
The commerce one, yeah.
Andy with
10K.
the suited king queen
10K?
in
I think
position,
10K,
ace
right?
high board.
Is it 5K or 10K? I remember it's 10K.
When was that?
The 10, right? Yeah.
Phenomenal flop for
it's,
Eddie, top.
when is that?
Not a whole lot for the field though.
It already happened, right?
Yes, it's like February.
February.
March.
Yeah.
1500.
Fold.
Fold.
That's a good one too.
Call.
And David gonna peel in position with his gutter ball.
Heads up.
Only about half pot behind. Jack of clubs on the turn. And Eddie snap rips it in. Let's see if David wants to gamble it up.
Tough gamble spot. Even though David likes to give a lot of action,
Play
he
tournament,
knows that his price is
Yeah, sometimes.
trying pretty thin with just the
I think
gutty.
it's like more than cash, just a different way of thinking.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
Yeah, I made a deep
Different
run
speed.
in like the Mega Millions one. And
Oh,
I
nice.
made day 2 of the main, but nothing super.
Yeah, yeah.
Some of the smaller tournaments are quite hilarious.
Are quite what?
Hilarious.
Oh yeah, this.
I mean, if you want to see some shit, that's the thing.
Yeah.
That's like entertainment.
The
Like cheap
turbos and
entertainment.
like
Oh,
the rebuys and it's like.
snap you see over there.
Did you play on one bullet, L?
Yeah.
One bullet? Yeah.
Yeah.
Fold. 300. Fold. Fold.
Let's do 12.75.
Raise. 1275.
A lot of 3-betting early on in this game. L with ace queen off, Andy 3-betting the suited wheel queen, and not a whole lot of folding pre-flop either.
3 players.
Jack 6-3 with 3,900 in the middle.
This is the kind of board with this hand that you can really begin to apply a lot of pressure on a multitude of turn cards. You wrap around the 3 of diamonds very well with your suited wheel ace, and I think this will just get the job done. Joe's got a couple backdoor straight opportunities and is beating hands like ace king, ace queen, and all the suited wheel aces in Andy's range.
And a turn king, a card that Andy's just going to be able to apply a lot of pressure. Still rocking with those big overpairs and ace king.
7.
See what sizing Andy chooses is best.
4.
Probably something like 2/3, and he bets half the size of the pot.
And that's the true value of aggression. With just ace high, he's able to represent that jack high board very well. Then on any ace, king, or queen turn, he can double barrel through alongside all of the diamond draws he'd pick up, all the gutter balls. There's a lot of great stuff you can do when you apply the pre-flop aggression. Makes it very difficult to play against you as well when you have a hand like ace king, pocket aces on that board. It's
Do like a round
going to
every
be
dealer's hand or
extremely difficult for those middling pairs to hang on. It gives you a little more credibility,
300. Fold.
forcing your opponents to bluff catch a little wider than if you were only 3-betting hands like queens plus and ace king.
3 players.
I love it.
Queen 8-7.
Fold. Fold.
Andy picking up full steam ahead, going back to back.
Shout out to Edgar in the chat, played on the show at least a handful of times.
Yeah, from San Diego. Also, 78% of the votes right now are rooting for Andy, so if you would like to drop your vote before we close this one. Also, you guys are watching the all-new Bally's Presents live at the bike, straight out of the Park West Bicycle Hotel and Casino, my hometown. So if you could kindly, and you enjoy live at the bike in this remodeled room, please smash that like button. Let's get to 100 likes in the first hour. Why not?
Fold. 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 Heads up.
Those of you that are just tuning in, we've got a good cast of characters. We've got Yen, who has a World Series of Poker bracelet winner. We've got Joe, we've got David, Eddie, Al, and Andy Stacks. Poker.
200. Fold.
So did you play Baccarat? Did you get the promotional?
I've never asked for promotion.
No, they're doing that special right now. You know,
I don't know.
I think they give you 10% of everything you buy in promotional shirts.
Fold.
I see a lot of people doing it. I think it's very busy over there.
Raise 175. Fold. Call.
They cap it at something?
I think 25,000. So
Fold.
you buy 25,000, you get 25,000.
And they owe me 2,500 from last night.
Heads up. Check.
Jack 10-3.
Check.
Middle pair for David.
Check. 250. Call. Check.
Can you beat this?
Oh, give him another card.
Give him one card.
Give him another card.
Joe rivering the straight draw. Just checking it back with his nut glow.
Let's go.
That's so sick.
I think they peeled off the ocean. And Joe got there.
I once played it. It's funny. It's funny you said that. I once played in a game. It was a home game where if you make a bet, whatever, any bet on the river, I have the option. If I want to see one more card, I pay double your bet, and we see one more card. And then we still play it regular.
No matter what, you have the option.
No matter what. Like you bet 1,000, I can put in 2,000. I say I want to see the ocean.
Wow, I would totally play that.
Yeah, I know you would. I know you would.
Sounds fun.
I know you would.
Can I raise?
You just, yeah. You just,
Can you raise? All right.
yeah, you can't raise my double bet because it's like a call, right? Like call for double.
Interesting.
Isn't that funny?
I love that.
You know what? I'm gonna bring that up to
I'd
old
be
JJ.
automatic on that one.
What do you think, JJ?
It would be like, I see every ocean. I prepay.
like, oh, shit.
I prepay.
After the flop, I'm like, I got 3 cards.
I think I'll just keep these no limit Texas Hold'em
Yeah. See the ocean.
as it is. It's a great game. It's a wonderful
it's
game.
close to running it
Yeah,
twice.
it's like
But-
running it
but-
twice, but
It's my favorite game.
But the person that wants to do that.
Speaking of the great game, were we ever going to get some PLO running through these
I
streams?
thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah, we're gonna have some big PLO streams coming up. I don't want to give away who's coming, but one of the most popular PLO players of them all is coming soon. And even though Right Guy is gonna guess, I'm not gonna confirm or deny. So
The most popular PLO player. Is this a professional PLO player?
I'm not giving anything away until we launch it.
Do you have a timeline that we can reveal, or are we going to keep that secret as well?
Just ace king with a king, right?
Actually, I'm not sure
He's got to put you on some kind of draw.
if it's sometime next month or
If
November.
you don't have the draw, and the draw comes on the next card.
Yeah, exactly.
Should be pretty sick. Those of you that like PLO
Am I the straddle?
and some technical
Yes, I'm the
PLO
straddle.
with some very good players.
100.
Minimum 2550. I think it's 2550, 100. Immersive wall, money flying all over this wall, Right Guy, and on the table as Yen already got away with 2 4-bet bluffs.
Three players.
Yeah, a lot of action at this table. A lot of great players at this table today as well. Going to put each other in some miserable spots.
Oh,
David here,
full.
flopping middle pair, and Andy going to continuation bet his slight overpair on this 9-high board. 8 of diamonds on the turn. And no slowing down from Andy. He's going to go for a second street of value.
Full.
And just get a quick fold from David.
do you play any other games?
Not really. Not with any degree of what I'm doing.
Full. Full.
If we're getting 2 more, right?
Raise. 150.
No players.
Yeah, 1, maybe 2. Full. Call. Heads up.
Jack 3-4.
100. Call.
Yen with the down bet, the quarter-size bet for protection purposes. David with the float.
Raise. 500.
Andy, did you get to go to like
David with the bet.
Yen
with the raise to 500.
I mostly stayed.
And David with the 3-bet on the turn, repping deuce 3.
Next month.
Oh, next one.
Yeah,
Yen
more
with the
solve, yeah.
snap monk.
For poker or for just
They're filming a new poker show, and I got invited to be on it. So I'm yeah, I'm gonna be on there.
I'm jealous. That's nice.
Yeah, I've never been there. I'm really excited to go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna be there for
You're
like
gonna love
10
it.
days.
You're gonna love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. The food.
I have no idea what to expect. You know,
Yeah.
just so yeah.
I think you're gonna be surprised. It's like very like high tech, like very.
Yeah.
David, a very dangerous player because he will show up with some
How's the
weird
weather there
trip
in, like, in
combinations
October?
there that
Is it,
most
like,
people
chilly?
won't. And when he has it, he's just going to get paid because his credibility is so low that he just gets to maximize in a lot of spots that most people wouldn't.
It's cold. I heard it snows like basically every just okay.
Hell 3-betting the Jack 8 offsuit, getting action from
like one there.
I haven't been in so long.
David's 9 deuce. A hand he should probably be doubling down with, but this is not blackjack.
Yeah, I haven't been there so long.
And aggression paying off once again.
These players today, right, guy, are playing with an action clock. Brought to you by Protection Poker.
Yeah, in Seoul.
I like the action clock. How do you feel about it? I think it just creates a nice flow for the game typically. Not that a lot of guys tank in this game, but
in Seoul,
I've
do
seen
people,
a handful of people
there,
without the action clock just take their sweet time and
speak back,
non-decision points.
Probably not.
Yeah, I like it in theory to watch. In play, it's
like,
quite tough. I feel like I played the last couple days, and a couple of my decisions were rushed, unfortunately. And I ended up with the show at the end of the show with 2 or 3 time chips each time, so I could have taken actually a little bit more time. But you don't want to be at the end of the show or mid-show with no more time chips, so you feel rushed in some medium decisions as well.
You had a hand earlier in the show before the stream was live on Tuesday where you had pocket queens on a, I believe it was a 10 high board. You got jammed in against 100 big blinds deep, and you were talking to me after the show about how you felt like you had to make that decision only using 1 time chip, and if you felt like you had more time, you would have maybe swayed the other way. So how does that typically affect your decisions over the long term, trying to keep those time chips at hand in case you have a difficult decision down the line?
375.
So if I was in this game today, I would just use the time chips when I need them as long as I needed them. And then if I ran out of time chips for the rest of the show, I would deal with that once I got to that bridge going forward. After the last 2 days, I kind of figured that one out. As looks like there's a raise by Al with his overpair. Eddie's overpair range true and is going to call this turn check raise. River is the 7 of hearts completing the front door flush. A removal hand for Al, and I wonder if Al knows once it goes a raise and a call that he may be behind and turn his hand to a bluff, but he does not.
Very uncharacteristic for Al. He typically tells the story through to the end, especially on scare cards like that. You expect him to understand where he's at most of the time, where either his opponent's got the overpair or a flush draw, and since you got that 6 of hearts, he's going to be more weighted towards the overpairs, and considering that L's typically going to be check raising there with some full houses and flush draws, 6s really falls towards one of the worst hands he'll have, and knowing L, he typically doesn't enjoy to give up pots, but in this situation, just deciding that maybe he has too many flushes when he bets the river, and maybe he doesn't think he can get him off too many overpairs with his reputation. So ladies for L, Joe defending with a mystery hand, and flopping middle set, the perfect set to hit.
What show is it?
It's like it's basically gonna be like Poker After Dark, but it's with GG Poker.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, they're doing a new show. It's like there's gonna be like a twist to the show. Supposedly, like I don't even know the details. Like they're like keeping it pretty secretive, even to us. But supposedly, like it's gonna be like they kept mentioning like Squid Game. Like there's gonna be like twist to it. It's not just, it's gonna be poker, but
if you get caught bluffing, you get shot.
Yeah, you die.
But the first time only in the leg.
Yeah.
That seems fair.
Flush wound.
Yeah, like a foot.
Yeah.
Flush wound.
You could still play bluff after that.
Exactly. Yeah. Second one, they maybe go for like a small artery.
Third bluff?
Third bluff, it's over.
And if after you get shot, you win a pot within the next 20 minutes, they'll take you to an ambulance.
Oh, nice.
But if you don't, you bleed out.
And if you see the ocean and mist, then good night. Good night.
175.
Oh, that would get ratings.
Oh, man, would it?
That's a Netflix show. Now we're talking. Now we're talking.
Right? And if you muck the best hand because somebody bluffed you out, you get like whipped.
Yeah, whipped by David, especially. I mean, just flips over.
Talk about max pain.
Yeah.
Andy flopping the joint on a board that's going to heavily favor L's range, checking it over.
Comes out from the shadow.
And L going to take over the aggression lead with range advantage on this board and some backdoor draws. Andy sitting with the stone cold nuts. Let's see if he wants to bump it up right away or leave a little rope for L to continue to blast off with.
YouTube spoof on that. That would get a lot of views.
And right away, just pumping it up, trying to target a lot of the 2-pair and pair plus straight draws that L will have. But L just sitting with ace high and an easy fold.
Production, we reserve all rights to that.
Right? Yeah, the problem. Wayne's probably texting. Fucking Netflix right now.
Nip.
Shout out to True Classics. Our leaderboard tonight is brought to you by True Classics. Get 25% off when you use a promo code LATV. You see it right there in the corner of your screen. That's the promo code. Stands for Live at the Bike.
Can't wait for part 2 to
Comfy
come out.
T-shirts, especially now that I put on a little bit of weight, right, guy? Baby.
Baby weight.
I'm gonna lose it though, but those shirts will still fit nice and comfy.
I think they got 2 Emmys. Best director.
So L raising it up with the James Bond hand, 7-5 of spades. David gonna 3-bet the suited ace out of the straddle.
I binge watched that.
Me too.
I couldn't stop watching.
Binge watched it, dude.
Yeah. So good.
David with nothing but range advantage on this board. L with middle pair and a couple of backdoor opportunities.
TV to myself. Dave, I'm just kidding.
And these two players have some pretty large history. Both like to battle, both like to bluff. And L taking an unorthodox line here, raising up with his middle pair and a little bit of a feeler raise, it seems like.
And I think what David's thinking when he puts in this raise is, would Al really be playing back on me on this very dry board if you really had something good?
This is where the history ties in. This is what makes poker so exciting sometimes, is even though you have absolutely nothing, not even a backdoor draw, you just feel like they're getting out of line too frequently, and these two are certainly a couple of the players that are going to be getting out of line very frequently. So L kind of just boxing himself into a corner here, where he either goes with his 7 or he gets out of the way.
Oh, I love that guy, yeah.
Not a whole lot of money behind this
Really good vibes,
$11,000 raise from David.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah. He likes to sing at the table. Did he sing? He serenade you guys? He's a rapper too.
Yeah, he said, his general demeanor is so amazing.
Yeah.
You can just tell the life experience is just endless.
For sure, he's got a lot of good stories. Yeah. He's definitely a character, that dude.
And you know, it gets 99.9% of the population. This is a snap muck once the chips hit the felt for the 3-bet. But David, he's got the reputation. He's only got ace high right now. And L, a minute and a half into his tank. He's considering all options here. On one hand, is David ever taking this line with a hand like kings or aces or pocket queens? But on the other hand, what kind of bluffs can he have? But it's David, so he can just have air balls.
Just credit for Al to being this deep in the tank with just middle pair. And an all-in by Al. Unbelievable.
Going with his gut, sussing out the situation and understanding when he's got a hand like ace-queen even, he's live to his 2 pair outs and trip outs. Now David getting a stupidly good price to call it off with ace high. L with the 4-bet flop shove for value. With middle pair.
46.25.
And David does make the call, and I already know David's going to say one time.
Something out of a James Bond movie. L set to play a Bond character himself.
That's good.
One time.
A little bit of a game of chicken.
It was 46.25 plus 11. For the total all in. Okay, guys. One time, right? Yep.
And a $34,475 pot, and David needs an ace. Oh, and Al clinches it with a 5 on the turn.
Heart.
Wow, nice hand. Great hand. Very nice hand.
Wow, and a $34,475 pot shoved over to Al with middle pair. Well, turn 2 pair, that is, if we're going to be on precise measures.
I read you right when I raised. I know I read you right when I raised you.
Wow.
You
I
beat
was
that
behind.
hand?
Maybe not.
We'll see it later, right?
That's one of the beautiful things about playing on stream.
Okay. That's a good video.
Rebot.
So you
I
create
get an
these
add-on?
dynamics where
Yeah.
even though you only have middle pair, sometimes you just got to go with it.
45 more.
45 more.
Let's see if David can shake that one
It's
off
on
as he
now.
gets
It's
some
on.
rebuy
It's
chips.
on like Donkey Kong.
On like Donkey Kong.
Here we go.
Okay. Raise the 150. Call. 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 4 players.
Check.
Check. Check. 350. Fold. Call. Fold. That's up.
A massive cooler flop, top for Yen, and Andy with top set.
Check. $750. Raise. 34.25.
Wow, and here we go.
All in.
And an all in, all of it.
What do you think?
You don't want to use a time chip?
I don't care. I prefer one split up to
Yeah,
you.
I mean, one set.
And Yen drawing
Uh,
stone dead, right guy.
Learning it was. Here we go.
I had to make sure.
And they say when it rains, it pours, and we just saw back-to-back massive pots.
You want to Hollywood like you got
When
yesterday?
it
That's
rains,
like
it pours, and that
Oh, yeah.
resembling similar to a snowstorm. Massive cooler there.
Oh, I didn't see it
versus
actually,
top
but-
set.
The same thing happened, but the guy used like 1 or 2 time chips.
Yeah.
So one guy bets like 2,500 with 2K
Yeah, yeah.
behind.
Leave me 10, leave me 10.
Flop is king deuce 3 blank. The original 3 bet
10K?
check. This guy with 4K bets 2,500, 1,500 behind.
Got 15.
This guy uses 2 time chips to put him all in and has a set of kings.
500.
Bro, how brutal is that?
Here, let me just do this. Push the pot.
Okay.
Let's give me 10,000.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
And that guy called.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he had jack high. I mean, he was just like, oh, whatever, I'm in. He actually turned a queen, but nothing.
But really,
Yeah, I think that's right.
And so those two definitely have to qualify for our Habbo Hot Hands of the Day. Proud sponsor of Live at the Bike. Delicious, spicy hot sauce that'll have you coming back for more. Check out habbosauce.com.
So yesterday they played, but it was not on air.
Yeah, they're gonna air it at some time though. It was pretty.
Yeah, kind of a slow start to the show, and then boom, boom.
150. Fold, fold.
And yeah, picking up ace king again. Obviously a beautiful hand, but a bit of a slap in the face when you get stacked the hand before. With the exact same situation. Let's see if she can redeem herself. King high board. Middle pair for David. Top for Yen.
Snap bet and a snap call. And Yen's just going to plug away and fire. She does not see monsters under the bed. She just got coolered with that hand, but she knows that top pair, top kicker, no limit Texas Hold'em usually will win you a big pot. Right, guy, we are 2 likes away from 100 likes. So anyone who wants to smash that like button and bump up that YouTube algorithm, help us out right now. We are going to play a double board bomb pot. These players are going to play 2 boards. It's a split pot game. You can bluff on one and have the nuts on one. You can have a good hand on both and win a massive pot. They are fun. They are creative. No one knows how to play them, really. It's a brand new game in poker. If you are a thinker and creative and aggressive, you do have an advantage. Please smash that thumbs up button.
I heard that AJ actually wrote a book on it.
AJ is self-proclaimed, I don't know how you measure that, but self-proclaimed best bomb pot player in the world. I don't know if that means that he is the best bomb pot player in the world. I don't even know if he's in the rankings, but he is self-proclaimed.
He's a very humble man.
We've got a lot of humble players that play in my invite game. Very speak highly of themselves if you talk to them long enough. I heard a bet of 1,000. We'll see who threw in that 1K chip. And Al with a good hand on both. Jack deuce on the bottom board and a pair of jacks. Although there is a one-liner and a possible flush. Al's just going to put in money and see who wants to play back with him. And thank you guys for those likes, right? You were right under 100. Bumped up about 40 extra likes.
Rocket up to 140.
Yeah.
You guys play triple?
Nice little rocket launch.
I never have with them.
That's ridiculous. It's basically
a little too mind-bending.
Yeah.
On PLO? PLO double board?
PLO double board.
Yeah, I play PLO double board. I played a PLO double board where the dealer takes back 1 card on the river. You put your 4 cards out, and on the river they take back 1. Oh yeah, someone got real hurt, real bad on the river.
Heads up. Okay. 150. 150. Go.
Continuation bet. Yen just gonna float in position. Check on the turn. And who wants it the most?
300.
Looks like Eddie does, but the 4 flush does come in, giving him the queen high flush with the jack behind it. Once again, if you haven't already, make sure you leave a like and a subscription. It costs you nothing, and it means everything to us to make sure we can bring you this high-level poker content now 4 days a week. The brand new 10/20 Tuesday kicking off. Action game, action players. A very fun lineup being created week in and week out. So if you guys want to get involved in that, hit up producer Alex Lee on Twitter. If you're action, we'll try to fit you into the game. Once again, my name is Rai Guy. High stakes poker player, sports commentator, life enthusiast. But you already knew that. Thank you guys for joining us for this Thursday edition of Live at the Bike. If any of the chat pros got some questions, Could be high stakes questions, low stakes question. We've all been there. Happy to shout out a few people and interact with the chat.
Eddie, I totally forgot. You said you used to be a engineer at Google, right?
No.
I don't remember.
I used to recruit engineers at Google.
You used to recruit engineers at Google. Okay.
Good memory, though.
I remember it was something with Google, but I don't remember.
Google and Facebook. Yeah.
Google and Facebook. Okay. So what are you doing now?
I'm actually working at a blockchain company called Polygon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh shit. No, but blockchain. I know everybody. It's like everybody's going towards that direction. Yeah. A lot of new jobs for that.
Heads up.
There's no chat on the channel. Okay.
400. Call. Check. 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 Check.
4.
What do you do at the blockchain company?
It's a mix of different things like client management. I'm basically helping out fill out how many people they hire per year.
Okay. Oh, nice.
Straddle.
Doing pretty well considering it's like a bad time for the market right now.
Yeah.
Like a bear market kind of.
Tell me about it.
They have a lot of money.
Yeah. Man,
You're in the mix, huh?
I'm in there.
Yeah.
In the mix.
I'm in the pain. I'm
Hold on.
Hold on. For dear life.
for dear life. Any insight on, opinions on when you think it's going to recover?
About 20 years.
Nice. Give or take.
Raise 300.
By mid next year.
Mid next year?
Next year.
Next
That's my
year.
opinion.
Yeah.
Obviously,
Do you think we're at the bottom?
I think it would dip a little more.
Dip a little more? Okay.
And then, yeah, we'll bounce back for sure. At some point.
This is not investment advice.
Oh, man.
I feel like you got to preface that stuff now.
For sure.
Right?
Yeah, for sure.
You know what Andy's facts said?
Check.
David turning trip 4s. Gonna slide it on over to Eddie with only jack high, but he's gonna
Check.
consider repping the king. Seven on the river.
1500.
Got 4 again?
Fold.
Good read. Can't beat the deuce anyway.
Maybe I can.
Some six-handed play. I believe we have 1 or 2 players still going to show up, right, guy?
Raise 150. Fold.
I'll take another green tea with me.
Same.
450.
Re-raise 450. Fold. Fold. One move. Thank you. Good.
You live in LA or?
Yeah. It's remote. Yeah. The company's based in like Dubai.
Oh, cool.
It's pretty distributed globally.
Yeah. Where general in LA?
Do I live?
Yeah.
West Side.
Cool.
Culver City. Yeah. What about you?
I am in San Fernando Valley. Yeah.
Oh, where do you live?
LA, downtown.
Downtown.
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
Raise 175. Fold. Call.
So a few people in the chat asking about the buy-in for this game. It's a $5,000 minimum. And really no maximum. We've had guys buy into this game for hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time. And we already got some big stacks in here. David with 60K in front of him. L with about
That's why I'm there.
70,000 himself after that huge pot earlier. And Andy, I think, has about 60,000 as well.
2 years.
2 years?
Yeah.
Really?
I mean, I came back for.
Someone asking about the
like
profit
4 or 5
loss
months.
in the chat as
Maybe
well.
20.
That'll be brought
I was
up
gone for
every
like 2 years.
hour
I mean, I'm probably gonna go back there. I'm probably
or
gonna
so
move
to
there.
show you who's up, who's down,
Permanently.
who's the highest VPIP, and
It's up in the air, but eventually, I think.
overall just who's doing well in the game.
They have tournaments, a lot of card rooms, but cash games are all underground, and yeah.
They have like high stakes?
They have some like bigger games, but like I don't mix with those. They're all legal, and it's just
You waiting till
We had Joe buying into the game for about 5,000, getting a quick double up, as expected, as we've seen from the last 3
It's not gonna
performances from
happen.
him.
really?
L knows it's not gonna happen.
200.
China's never gonna do anything, right?
Yeah.
It's not gonna happen. It just if it was gonna happen, it was gonna happen 30 years ago. You know, they're just posturing. It's just.
Why you wanna move to Taiwan?
There's plenty of reasons. I mean, one of the main reasons is like my mom lives there and my dad's in China now, and so my mom's alone and she's like 70 years old, you know. And then like I have a couple of business stuff that I'm looking into over there, and then also just like change of scenery. I've been in LA for like I've been in California for like basically all my life, and I kind of want to just have a change of pace, you know. Just start a new chapter in my life and live somewhere else. I want to be able to like travel in Asia more, and like I feel like making Taiwan a home base is like it will allow me to travel in Asia very very easily, you know, 'cause it's very convenient. Whereas if I stay in California, like you know, I feel like I pretty much know how my next 10 years of my life is gonna be, you know, and so.
California's far from anywhere cool.
Yes, please. Could you kindly get me a black juice of club? Thank you.
Like I've never even been to the mainland yet, so.
Really?
I've never been to the mainland yet.
Wow.
And like, yeah.
China.
It's one of the first places I'm gonna have to go. When
Hold. Hold.
That's because you found love of your life
Raise
there.
175.
You found the love of your life there.
Oh no, that's not the reason. No, did not find the love of my life there. Maybe we'll never find them. Though I think I have a better chance over there than here, that's for sure. Especially in the poker, especially if I play a lot of poker, this is never gonna happen. That's my chances are very slim if I keep playing poker for 10 years. It's probably not gonna happen.
You're gonna find some big games in Macau.
Yeah, there's. True.
How far is Macau from Taiwan?
Not far, not far. Yeah, it's like you go to Hong Kong and you take a ferry.
Like, raise 300.
But there's no poker there now. It's all baccarat. They got rid of poker.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
I didn't
poker
know
straight
God,
up.
they got rid of it?
They got rid of it. Yeah, but it's not making them any money, you know.
Re-raise.
Oh.
950 was the re-raise. Fold, and fold.
What about you, Al? You gonna stay put in California?
A little bit opposite with you. The past 4 years, I was mostly in China.
Yeah.
Now I feel like staying here a little bit.
No, I feel you. Yeah. A lot of the Chinese people I talk to, they're like kind of like you. Like they're able to get away from there, and now they want to stay. The life is better here, and you know.
I'm very flexible. I
Yeah.
come back and forth.
For sure, yeah. What part of China are you in?
Shanxi province. It's
Sa-
the middle.
Middle. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I never know. Like I know you guys can always tell from the accent, but for me, like I was talking to Ling Ling yesterday. I have no idea. You, Jackie, Charles, I don't know. Like I can't tell. You know. I don't know anything.
But Mandarin is all same. It's all
Yeah,
the same.
yeah, but the accent is very different, right? The way
Not a huge difference.
Not that big?
Oh yeah. People can tell. I cannot.
you cannot tell that much, huh?
Either.
Okay. Yeah.
Lynn was telling me that there's like so many different ethnicities.
Yeah.
Like
That's
a
different
bunch of them.
in China.
Yeah.
I think it's like, I don't know if it's ethnicities. I mean, they're all Chinese, but
Ethnicities or like, maybe I'm using the wrong verb.
I know what you mean though. Yeah, yeah. Like within each region, they have their own dialect too.
David,
you know?
rivering the jack, gonna go for some
sure.
value here.
Like she was saying, like there's like Shanghainese too, which is like
Putting in
only
a
Shanghai.
little overbet.
Yeah.
And Eddie gonna look him up. David's image getting him paid on a 3 overcard paired board.
I would have raised it.
True.
Can I shout out training sites here?
Full. Raise, 175. Full.
So we got Brady in the chat asking about a few books, courses to get his game better. And something I always recommend to newer players trying to work their way up in this game, get a good fundamental understanding of the concepts.
2 for 2.
The first one I used is called Red Chip.
Replay.
Does a great job of laying everything out in a ABC fashion. I don't get anything from saying this, but happy to help out the chat. And Brady is up about $200 in his poker career, so congratulations, Brady. Some people never get the profit in their entire poker life, so you should take that as a little encouragement going forward.
I feel like he's bluffing there.
You think so?
I don't think Brady's up.
I think Brady's up. I think he's got it. I have faith in you, Brady.
Full. Call. Check.
We are playing a 25-50 no limit game with a $50 big blind ante.
It's gonna be like what, like a month, 2 months?
Straight out of Park
yeah,
West
at
Bicycle
least
Hotel
30 days.
and Casino.
Okay, yeah, because you can't rush.
No.
It's like
Singapore.
You are watching the all-new Bally's Presents Live at the Bike.
Tokyo and Hong Kong will probably be the longest.
okay.
Because we'll probably use those as hubs to like go to like.
Yeah.
I still haven't figured out distances though. Like, let's say from Tokyo to Kyoto or something like that. You know, another cool city.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna just figure all that out. That's kind of usually my job during that.
You're getting like trying to figure out as you go, or like plan it way ahead.
Oh, I
of the
plan
itinerary?
it way ahead.
So everything is very.
very big on planning.
I see.
Full.
175.
Raise, 175. Re-raise, 500. Full. Call. Heads up.
Andy opening up jacks and getting 3-bet by David on his left, which is just going to be a theme throughout the whole game. David loves to enter through aggression, and Andy
Check.
proceeding with a flat. 7 high board, now 2-tone, 4 on the turn.
800.
Andy going to lead for some protection and value, understanding that this board is going to smash him a lot harder than David. David going to peel with his ace high. And a river that Andy can definitely start really applying pressure if he were bluffing. There's a 4-liner on the board, and he's going to have a lot more 2 pairs here than David is, but going to go for a little blocker size of $400, get paid by ace high. Incorporating a small bet on the river where you know it's going to be difficult for you to face more aggression, and it looks like David's got ace high there, so Andy eking out a little bit of value with the 15% pot river bet.
And if you are wondering who is on the mic, I am JG De La Garza, your resident commentator for most high-stakes game. I am in the booth with Rye Guy. How can they find you, Rye Guy?
You can find me on Instagram, Rye Guy Poker, if you want to follow along. I post a lot of live at the bike stuff, working with a few more relatable content streams now, the local 510 games, local 1020s, trying to mix in some more table footage as well.
Nice. Rye Guy is a humble man, but he comes from a broadcast background and also a good poker player, so you guys get the best of both worlds here in the booth when he's jumping in. Hails from Canada, resides weekly, bi-weekly, monthly here in Los Angeles as he makes the Bicycle Casino his home court.
Check.
I am a grizzled old vet, and if you guys watch how I played on stream the other day, when it releases, you'll understand why I say grizzled old vet who sometimes forgets how to fold.
We've all been there. We have all been there.
Yeah, way too many cards under.
It sucks. It sucks.
Boring anyways.
I mean, it just sucks because I'm so sleep deprived a lot of the time that like it's hard to play well.
3 cards under.
If you told me the same hand that I played, I'd be like, snap fold, bro.
Snap fold, bro.
Snap fold.
It's that easy when you're just getting it
And
told to you,
not the hand that we played on stream.
round?
Yesterday's was
Maybe.
a hand when it streams was blah. But yeah, it would have been like snap fold, bro. But it's all good. It's all part of the journey, part of the course, or part for the course, as they say. I don't even know what you would consider me. I guess I'm still a professional poker player, although I only play 2 to 3 days a week. And I play in like fun games. I don't even want to play in like casino games anymore. I've grinded them out for years. And then I work for Bally's now and on the show. And I'm here 2 days a week in the booth, but doing a lot of stuff for them off stream as well. So full-time dad for sure, as we have a 3-bet pot, 10, 6, 5, all monotone hearts. Joe, that queen of hearts, puts in a c-bet from his 3-bet. You see what I did there, right guy?
C-bet from the 3-bet. And going back to what you were saying earlier, I've played in your game about 3 times now. I obviously enjoy the crowd. Same crowd that we play with on the show, with a few unique characters that might not want to play on stream as well, but I have a bit of a mixed bag in terms of whether I enjoy playing in your game more or the local, 5-10. It's certainly a lot of fun to build up a history with a lot of these guys that we can play with, but there are a handful of very, very good players that come by your game, and obviously I enjoy hanging out with you guys, but playing in a game with you every day, playing a game with Wayne, playing a game with all these other high-level poker players is sometimes a little difficult.
Wow, calling Wayne a high-level poker player is probably the most praise I've ever heard anyone give Wayne.
You guys gotta give him credit, man. He's a very good poker player.
5 flush, and Joe is gonna rep the queen of hearts and gonna get the check mark for the $5,800 pot. He did go for a check just in case Eddie had the ace or the king of hearts. He's gonna play a little bit of pot control. He's not gonna be folding though.
Shout out to a few people in the chat. We got Joe tagging along for the party. Pooh Daddy, always see you in the chat. Critical Gravy, Ryan, I have a friend you should meet. His name is Bourbon Bill. Okay. Well, you can send him in my direction through my Instagram. Is he looking to get into the game? Is that why? Let me know. And shout out to Brady. Thank you guys for joining us on this Thursday evening for this edition of 2550 on Live at the Bike. David coming through with the Jack 6 offsuit 3-bet out of the big blind. Joe going to continue with his ace high in position. And deuce 9. Joe's ace high still way ahead, but David going to be able to represent all of the strongest hands on this board. I don't think Joe's going to give this one up to a single bet just yet.
Turn is a 3. That is a brick, although it does bring the club draw.
27.
David's still firing, and this just shows you how tough aggression and facing aggression is in No Limit Texas Hold'em.
And Joe with the soul read, calling him down 2 streets with ace high.
No way.
Jack 6 offsuit. He can have any 2 cards here, and the Jack on the river. Now David went from betting his Jack high to betting a pair of Jacks.
Wow, and does Joe go for the soul read, which was correct and now wrong? And Joe does make the call. And he's going to see that he was ahead 2 streets. He read him correctly.
2 10s?
2 10s. A little too much credit given to Joe there. Joe with the phenomenal call down. Unfortunate river for him. And he felt he was ahead on the flop. He felt he was ahead on the turn. And
go all in.
Yeah.
based off that read, he just went with his instinct. It's not like David's going to be representing a whole lot when that jack peels off on the river. He can obviously have aces, kings, and queens still, but
Oh my god.
aside from those 3 overpairs, it's going to be very difficult for Joe to go for 3 streets of value.
The Lonnie special, Jack 6 off.
It only happens if you 3-bet with it.
Corey gave him the rescue.
175.
Spirits News asking if I will be jumping into this game. No, not today, but I will be in the Tuesday lineup, the 10:20 Tuesday lineup.
1,000.
Brand new live at the bike game. Incorporated, mostly for some recreational action, some great
you should
table
see mine.
talk,
You laugh even harder.
and some new personalities that can afford to splash around on the 10-20 streets that can't quite
what
get
did
into
it say? I
the
had 210?
25-50 comfortably.
I added 4,000.
Added 4? Yeah, Joe added 4,000. Copy. 11.
Call.
Joe in the chat lamenting his luck on this hand, saying, "Og, this
Check.
bleeping hand, frickin' David."
That.
Joe, you played the hand to perfection, my man.
1,800.
And you gotta love that about Joe. He goes with his read. He had a read versus you when you overbet a couple days ago.
Oh my god, that was sick. So I bet 2.5x the size of the pot, and he snap called me with bottom pair.
Yeah, he already said he had his mind made up, and if he has a read, he's gonna go with it. And
Yeah, and
a lot of times it's gonna be good. It would have been good
Too
if,
big a
if
hand to play.
David
I wish
didn't
I
hit
had
that
my little
jack.
card.
So
And a lot of respect there, because not a lot of people are willing to put in the call versus like even pot size bets. When you're betting 2.5 times the size of the pot on the river,
Whatever you guys want.
and you get snap called by bottom pair of threes,
That's unusual.
Double board.
it's certainly far from the best feeling in the game. And I have a lot of respect for Joe as a person too, not just on the table. He seems like certainly one of the nicest guys in this whole poker community. And beyond that, just a really great understanding of the environments that he's placed in. I know he can play he could play tighter, but he decides to give action. He loves to get in there. He loves to mix it up, and he just understands where he's at most of the time.
Call. Fold. Call.
Another double board bomb pot coming through. A couple of top pairs being shared on the top board. Ace King, Ace Queen.
5 spades. Check.
And now these boards are beginning to interact very well. If, for example, someone had a hand like 7-8, they would have the nuts on the top and 2-pair on the bottom. So with a hand like that, you'd really want to keep your opponents in, as opposed to typically when you want to blast everybody out of the pot.
1,400.
And Joe with a open ender on the top now and a flush draw on the bottom. Going to begin to represent both boards. Hope not to get check raised off of his equity. Andy's call forces L out of the way, so Andy now leading on both boards. Top pair, top kicker on the bottom, top pair, good kicker on the top.
6 of hearts on the top.
And bricking out for Joe. He's got about a 2/3 pot size bet back, and he's going to be giving all of that to Andy if he goes with his aggressive route here.
Bet. 3,400.
And so he bets what's listed on his stack, but he's got about 4,500 behind that bet. And I don't think Andy's going to fold. I don't think Andy's going to raise, and that really leaves one option here.
Time check going in.
yeah, you're only worried about 8-7 here if you're Andy, or something like Queen 6. No, not even Queen 6. So something like 8-7, or Joe would have 2-pair on the bottom board and a straight on the top board. Other than that, you're pretty much smooth sailing.
Yeah, and I think you can actually go both ways when we look a little deeper into value shoving because of how few combos you lose to on both boards. And
Actually, 6-9 as well.
You rivered it?
6-9 would be trips with this flop straight on the bottom board.
Chopped up.
No. He's scooped.
Wait. Oh, ace king on the bottom. Oh, the river. You rivered the. Oh, wow. That's sick. That's sick. You can't call the turn, though, yeah.
Yeah, you can't call it. I mean, technically.
You could, I guess, 14, but it's then you're like in no man's land on the river.
An all-in would have worked.
Yeah.
You have to
that
get
was
comfortable.
All-in would have worked.
I think so. Yeah.
I wanted to make it look a little more
Very
valuable.
tough for me.
that's why these double board bomb pots are so difficult,
It
Joe.
did.
Betting about
I was just praying that I
3,000,
could
trying to
win
get
one.
Andy off both boards, but at the same time, if Andy's got a strong hand on one board, your king high is rarely going to be good on the other, so you're risking about that much to win. Double that, but at the same time, when someone's calling off half of the bet to typically win half back, it creates a really interesting dynamic where there's a lot of levels to it. And if you want to learn about those levels, buy AJ's book. I hear he's publishing it very soon. And AJ won about 6 figures yesterday, so I would take a little page out of his book and try to emulate the success he's found on stream recently.
Check.
What up, Laker Nation 1? What's up, Camille? What's up, Brady? Who Bry Guy has already given you a shout out. What's up, Joseph Learman? What's up, Joe in the chat? Not joking 777. Brightest Future. Pooh Daddy. What up, Pooh Daddy? Jason Downs. Critical Gravy. How's everybody today on this fine Thursday in September? What was the one, what was the date in V for Vendetta? Was it November? Anyways, I was about to go into speech play, but we'll just carry on with the chlorophyll as in the poker. Those of you that are just tuning in, we've got a pretty cool cast of characters. We have Yen in seat number 1. She is a World Series poker bracelet winner. She won the females event back in their 2012-ish era. Seat number 4 is Joseph. Seat number 6 is Andy Stacks Poker. One of the fan favorites. One of the good characters in the poker world. Has probably played the most high stakes episodes in Live at the Bike history. Seat number 7 is David. David loves to bring action. Seat number 8 is L. And I hear an all-in on the table. Let's see who's all in here. Joe is all in with Ace Jack.
Yeah, it looks like it was a double straddle hand, so $200 straddle L pumping it up with Queen 10 offsuit. Joe sitting about 15 big blinds deep, so pretty much some tournament poker being played. Now David gonna speculate with his small pocket pair, and I think L's gonna get out of the way, and we're gonna have a flip here.
No.
What do you got here? Let's bet. Let's make a little side bet here.
Do you know the action?
It was,
I mean, do you know who won this hand?
no, I don't know who won this hand.
I mean, I'll take the 6s.
I'll
What do you
take
want
the
to bet?
sixes.
20
I'll
bucks?
I'll take ace jack. We'll do lunch.
Coffee.
Coffee. All right. All right, let's go, Joe.
You don't care if I have the 54% edge?
No, you can take it, man. You need it.
Pretty sure I lost a big chip yesterday. So.
You gotta pay for diapers. I don't have a baby to take care of.
Right when I leave here, I'm going to the security and asking. Hopefully, someone turned in my 1K chip from yesterday.
You lost a 1K chip yesterday?
And a 6 on the flop for the coffee, Jack. 6 deuce. I should have just took ace jack. We're gonna get some boy Joseph Lerman.
And you win.
Sorry, I'm an odds guy.
The jack in the window, the 6 right behind. So
You beat me with my favorite hand.
Seven high flop.
Man,
So
AJ
you-
just runs
it's like
so
you have
bad in
eights?
this game.
Yeah, six. What would you want to
All right, guys. See you guys. See you. See you again.
Alright, I guess that is GG for J-O-E.
Take care, everybody. Hey, man, nice meeting you.
Always a stand-up guy.
And Joseph hits the felt.
Today in more ways than one.
Well, I only meant one. What is the other? How else do you hit the felt?
No, I was talking about mine. Stand-up guy.
Stand up. Elaborate.
Well, he's exiting stage left right now, so.
Can I put my?
Oh,
can
here,
can
I gotta
put my
do what I get paid for here. Shout out to our sponsor and our leaderboard. True Classics. Get 25% off when you use the promo code LATB. TrueClassicTees.com/LATB. Look at those VPIPs. Of course, David leading the way. Who would have figured that? Andy, big winner, up 22,000. Al up 14,000.
I think there's more players.
Eddie,
coming
Yen, Joe,
later, I
and
think,
David
so
all
we're gonna be-
spending.
I'm not sure.
So make sure you guys check out TrueClassicTees.com/LATB. And there it is, the promo code in the corner, LATB, for your 25% off. And since we're on that route, we are like 10 likes away from 200. So if you haven't, smash the like button. Kindly, gently. Hey, you don't have to smash it. You can just like gently just
You like
tap
the bike, dude?
the like button.
Nudge it.
And I'm gonna copy Right Guy. He says, "Well, it means nothing to you guys and everything." No, it costs you nothing. It means everything to us. So smash that like button. How was my Right Guy impersonation? I gotta work on my Canadian accent.
You definitely have to work on your Canadian accent. I think I will sound like that in about 65 years or so. I think I got a little more enthusiasm than that.
Cost you nothing and means everything to us here at Live at the Bike. All right, thank you guys. And shout out to Vic Holcomb. Donated $50 and says, JJ, here's some diaper money.
Oh,
Those
it's
suckers
still
are
fixed, yeah.
expensive. Yep, I'm going straight to Bally's for that donation and be like, hey, yo, my boy Vic donated $50 for diapers.
Yeah,
So
respect, Vic.
I need, I need that 50, right? Yes or no, Right Guy?
Yeah,
Should
100%.
Should I take him to the top for my 50 to the Bally
To
Sports?
get right to the top.
Here we go.
Right to the top, guys. We gotta get Rick and Houston in there.
You remind them, Right Guy, because I'm not going to bring that up. You let them know. They owe me a 50 spot, okay?
I'm gonna let you deal with that.
I'll
That
play-
impression.
Five? Okay. Yeah, just like blackjack, I'll play two hands. Yeah. I'll bet against myself.
Especially when you hit that set on
Against
me when it
myself.
looks like we're scooping the pot. Just then, on our side bet.
I was just going to go with the one that has a slightly advantage for my free coffee,
Seems like the right move.
I
Seems
mean,
like a
I'm
JJ
definitely not
special.
rooting for either David or Joe. I play with them like twice a week, both of them, That'd be pretty brutal to be like, oh, I'm going for Joe, I'm going for David. No, I'm going for the percentage of hand. Calm down out there. Like I said, I have no favorites here. Although if I do have favorites, it's probably the guy playing the highest VPIP because they're the ones who are playing outside the box, pushing action, putting players to the test. Fun to watch,
A couple of action players getting in the mix there. L. 3-betting, squeezing, taking down the dead money. JJ, you should get in it. Or you should get it. So, Jason, agreeing with the sentiment earlier that that money should go right into the diaper fund. And I think so. Especially since the shoutout was there.
Yeah, thank you, Vic. Vic Holcomb is a long time LATB sub here on our YouTube channel. And I feel like he's donated above and beyond over the last 3-4 years. So shout out to you one more time, Vic. And I appreciate you.
Yeah, shout out to all you regulars who watch the stream week in and week out. The guys in the chats who are always contributing with some positivity, leaving some questions, engaging with the commentators. You guys are the real MVPs, as KD said.
I thought that was his mama.
His mama was the real MVP.
That's what I thought.
Wasn't you guys commenting in the chat at the Live at the Bike crew are the real MVPs?
I thought it was his mama. KD.
KD for MVP. Leaving from OKC.
One of my favorite basketball players. Actually, I've hung out with him before.
Oh yeah?
Briefly.
Story time. Let's hear it.
It's just I think I told you on the felt queen 6-4. One of my friends who I played travel basketball played at UCLA. And he was friends with Westbrook, of course, when he was there. And
This was the pre-drama era then.
yeah, this is when they were. This is when they were young,
NBA.
young guns. I mean, I still think I think KD's super nice. It's just he takes social media personal. He shouldn't have a social media account, in my opinion. David here with top pairs, but this board did pair up, and Al going for it here. Backdoor flush comes in. Al putting pressure on David.
And I don't think Al would have given up here, but David's going to shut the door on him. Al has the 10 of clubs. And that's about it working for him if he wants to come over the top. David showed a lot of strength, but he also has the propensity to get out of line, so maybe Al comes and calls his bluff, but we know what he's got. And right on cue, Al pumping it up. Viewing this blocker bet as weakness, but David's got top 2 pair on this paired board. The backdoor flush did get there in a couple of straight draws like 5-7. So you lose to trips, you lose to straights.
You and
Told you it was on, baby.
And we got more diaper donations. Jason Downs pumping 20 ball into the chat.
And David makes the call. That was just so impressive. David nearly sitting with $100,000 stack, completely owned Al right there. He's seen Al, knows that Al's up to no good. And thank you, Jason Downs. I didn't want to interrupt that because I know that there's always a good needle from David in these spots.
Yeah, because the angle.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah. I was trying to say the bunch on you.
Oh, okay. Thought you were trying to
Yeah,
say-
donations come
No,
in.
no, no,
Yeah, the
Much
Jason,
love for you guys.
The Jason donation got my attention in the middle of the chat. Probably should have wrapped up the hand before shouting him out, but yeah, I just get excited when your baby gets taken care of in the chat by the community of our beautiful Live at the Bike viewers.
Or you can be Jay Scoops and win a pot off of me that was decently sized and said, starve that baby.
Oh man, Jason.
I think I never really say anything back.
That was the best hand I've
Oh,
ever
and
done.
David picks up kings and gets no action. I don't think I usually say anything, but I think that one got me a good FU. You know?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's like,
That's
what?
That's a little personal. How big was the pot?
Probably like, this is not that big. Maybe a few $1,000s.
At least it wasn't like a 5-figure pot.
Yeah. Although it wouldn't really matter. I don't really tilt over the size of the hand or money lost or money destroyed, whatever.
Yeah. A little too personal, Scoopsies. Come on.
This hand's not as good.
So Andy coming through with a check raise with his top pair. David gonna float. And ace on the river. And I think David's gonna represent now. Right on cue, pumping it up to 1,600. So Andy beats all missed draws. He does have that jack of diamonds, which blocks a lot of the hands that David would have, but David just gets out of line so frequently. Andy wasting very little time before flicking the money in and dragging in a $4,000 pot.
First time I bluffed today.
And right, guy, we have such a sick game tomorrow.
I've taken on a new religion. that
I'm
says
going to
I can't
say,
bluff more than like
how about
5 times
per
an hour.
20 likes I release a character who's playing tomorrow? Better, how about if we get to 300 likes before the top of the hour, I'll release the lineup for tomorrow, and it's a pretty sick lineup. Some awesome characters. You guys are really going to enjoy it.
How about we do something unique this time where we let the chat shout out names, and as those names get shouted out, we release the lineup. How does that sound?
400.
I guess that's okay too. I was gonna make them earn it with the like button though.
Why don't we do both?
So how are you saying we do it?
I was saying that the chat just launches some guesses of the players that they expect to be playing the 100, 200 tomorrow.
No, it's a 25-50 game.
Oh, it's 25-50 tomorrow.
So we'll get back to that because David with the 3-bet, Al non-stop. Al might be a little bit hot here with Jack 7 of hearts and a 4-bet pot. Al flopping David. And already like that, just 10 extra likes. Yeah, let's just play it by, once we hit the 300 like mark, I will release a Kraken in the full lineup. I think that's pretty good. We could do both actually. We hit the 300 and then you guys shout out the characters and we will give you a shout out if you are correct. How about that?
Yeah, Live at the Bike seems to like your idea better.
Make them earn it. Yep, 300 likes and I'll release the Kraken of the lineup. It's an awesome lineup. I just checked it out. We must have added a little bit to it. And here David turns a king. And Al's going to get sticky with a 7. 1-liner of the straight. 3 flush comes in. 8,225 in the middle. And it goes check and a check. And David's going to ship another one over.
Dangerous river, huh?
David.
I'm trapping you.
I would love to watch David and L play heads up.
I mean, I already know who's going to win that one.
Usually
It's the guy who's laughing and wearing a brown jacket.
It's totally
or brown
confusing.
reddish.
I don't know how to play that shit. Give me those little cards. Yeah.
Speech, play,
No idea
incoming.
what I'm doing in those waters.
All right, so we need some more likes to release the lineup. We got Lido on the Twitch chat spamming all these answers. My favorite of which is Stu Unger. David with kings once again. Last time he got a walk very quickly. This time he's going to get some action from pocket 4s and a low connected board. Check, check on the flop. Or excuse me, David fired in 400 and gets a quick fold.
What time is it, guys? 3? I have to stop at 4 for a little bit. So I'd appreciate if someone let me know when it's 4. No clock.
You have Siri? Eddie turning middle set on this ace-8 board. Andy with pocket 10s and gonna go for a big sizing on this river for value. Carter in the chat asking if I've checked out the new Predator movie yet. I don't know. No, I haven't. Is it good? Is it worth the watch?
People in the chat are asking who's playing tomorrow. They're throwing out names. Jason Down says Poker Brat. Dirty Gringo says Keating. Andrew Nash says Mickey, and I am not releasing any names until we get the 300 like mark, right, guys? So these guys can guess all they want. But until there is 300 likes in the mix, I am not releasing the lineup. It's a 9-handed game tomorrow with a few awesome characters. Queen, Jack 8, 2 clubs.
You guys got to represent. I want to know this lineup.
Stop peeking over here at my phone, right, guy? I see what you're trying to do here. And make sure you guys check out ballyplay.com/LATB. Let's see what we have planned for tomorrow's predictor game. I have a feeling I know what it is. In fact, I do know what it is. You guys just go over there and you guys submit about 5 questions or 5 answers. And it'll take you guys about 20 seconds and it'll be about tomorrow's lineup. So make sure you guys check it out, ballyplay.com/LATB. Or we like to say play, predict, win, for your chance to win some free swag tomorrow. If you guys tuned in to Tuesday's stream, I was wearing a Live at the Bike hoodie. We will graciously ship you a hat and hoodie if you predict the most answers. And they're fun questions. Who's going to be the biggest winner? Who's going to be the biggest loser? What do you predict the highest VPIP will be around? Who do you think will lose the first all-in pot? Those type of questions. Make sure you guys check it out. In Crypto We Trust says, is one of the commentators Mariano? Man, you guys are racist. Why?
Wait,
Just kidding.
which one of us sounds like Mariano?
The Canadian guy, I think.
Canadian, Argentinian, all the same.
Yen with River King. And David, after blasting enough today, figures out I'm going to let them win some. So they'll keep playing with me, because if I keep beating them up, no one's going to want to play with me. So well done, David, by sharing a little bit of the chips. Sometimes you got to give a little bit, play tit for tat, or else no one's going to want to play with you. So imagine if David just pounded these players every hand. No one's going to want to play. David will relax in between a few hands like clockwork.
David hovering around 100K now. $82,000 in his stack. Towering over the table. He's here to gamble. He's here to mix it up. He's jumping in the mix with some speculative hands. Bobbing and weaving. So Eddie jumping in there with his 9-8 off and hitting a pretty favorable flop, king high with a straight draw, and he doesn't know how badly he wants that 5 on the turn. L gonna pump it up with 4 high and some backdoor draws. He's got a gutter to a 5, which would lead to him getting stacked. Seen a similar situation earlier between L and Edgar, where the 5 comes in and L hits the dummy end of the straight, and luckily for him, not yet. But I think this is a board that L's going to continue to apply pressure on. Check, check, and 4 on the river, so L rivering bottom pair. And 2x pot overbet. L getting it done. Bluffing with the best hand, but kudos to him. Pretty ballsy move. Understanding that when Eddie checks back that turn, his range is going to be fairly capped. Meaning that a lot of his bluff catchers are just going to melt to that big sizing. L executing to perfection.
want to do a double board bomb pot for the question?
Yeah.
Yeah. Corey, what's the collection? 105 total. 105 total. 105 total. Take it right out of the pot right away. Okay. Buttons right. Yep. Double board. Okay. Okay. 3 ace 5 on the top.
Check.
What's that we want to for the draw? 70.
Tony, what's your longest baccarat session?
That's hard to say.
Oh,
I mean, I've done, you know, trips to Vegas, right?
yeah.
So does it count as one for all the time you're there?
Like one sitting. Like,
Oh, one
Like what's your longest?
without any breaks? Wow.
Yeah, it's like firing. 175.
I don't know. Maybe like 10, 12 hours.
10 per hour.
Yeah, nothing crazy.
Should be that much.
Raise and 175 in the call.
It's a lot of hands. You know?
It's a lot of hands.
Hands.
It's a lot of hands.
Did you win that one? That session?
I have no memory.
Raise
I
the 800.
think I was pretty tired.
Fold.
I did a really long 3-card poker round in Vegas one time because I felt disgusted with myself. I'm doing it. I'm fucking firing 3-card poker.
Fire.
It was just like,
It's safer to be on tilt with 3-card poker, I think.
You're right.
You know what I mean?
That's okay.
You can limit your downside.
I don't know why I was so hooked on it during that period of my life.
Raise 300. Raise 1200. Fold. Fold. Fold.
How much do you have?
Like 3-ish.
3.
It's 1200. Fold.
And here we go, David.
I call.
Drawing stone to the donut as Eddie
I have a pair with
flopped a
heart.
flush.
Is that any good?
I have a flush.
Oh, you have the flush already?
Yeah.
Wow.
What?
Big one? Or little one?
I have a flush.
Then I'm drawing dead. What's the point?
Alright, let's go run it.
I have a straight flush draw.
And a
Oh,
$9,000
I got
pot.
a pair and a jack of hearts.
Oh, you hit it then.
Yeah. I even hit it. Nice.
Yeah, 70.
Money
Well, I
being
hit a
shipped
straight
over to
flush.
Eddie.
Yeah.
Oh my God, really?
7, 8 hearts.
Holy shit, really?
No way.
7, 8 hearts.
Oh my
No
God.
fucking way. Yeah, for sure.
You have so little. Oh my God.
And right guy, we're
5,000
22
on
likes
call.
away if these people in the chat want to know who's playing tomorrow. If you guys want to know who's playing tomorrow, Right guy and I will release the schedule
7, 8 hearts.
29.75.
once
there
we
it
hit
is.
300 likes. We did say it should happen before 5 o'clock, so if you guys want
appreciate you
to
telling me.
do it before 5 o'clock, or maybe you guys just want to sit around and wait tomorrow and see who's playing.
Yeah, seems fine to. Yeah, whatever.
It means nothing to me.
That means nothing to me.
All right.
I know a couple of the guys already.
Did you like the flush?
Derek Daddio says, JJ, what's
I
your
liked
longest
it.
session?
I was
Probably
like,
like a
okay.
32-hour one that I'll never do again. Maybe I
You
would.
got ace king with a king.
The wife and the baby were out of town and I had nothing else to do and the game was good. Why not? Why not mess with my sleep schedule and degen through the night like I used to?
I'm very happy you only have 2,900. There's no way I'm folding.
And that hand was almost as spicy as Habbo Hot Sauce, our proud sponsor of Live at the Bike. That double up, as it was by Eddie. A delicious, spicy hot sauce that will keep you coming back for more. Check out habbosauce.com. Right, guy, you're the broadcast guy, right? I'm not the broadcast guy, but how do I do on my reads?
I think you do a great job, man.
Yeah?
I really do.
Oh,
You
thank
got
you,
nice
man.
inflection in your voice. You really slow the pace down to allow the audience to absorb what's going on.
Oh, thank you,
And
man.
you also bring in some speech play, you know? Speed it up, slow it down.
I usually start fast, and then I realize, well, you're reading too fast. Slow it down, kid.
Yeah, so something I was taught when I went to school for this is you read typically just slower in general. When you're speaking, you want to enunciate your words a lot better. You want to use your tonalities a little bit more. But something like this, for example, where that hand is almost as spicy as Habbo Hot Sauce, our proud sponsor of Live at the Bike, a delicious spicy hot sauce that'll have you coming back for more. Check out habbosauce.com. It's something where when you have those words that are kind of meaningless, you can go a little quicker.
Great.
And when you have those words that you really want to hammer home,
Enunciate them more.
enunciate them a little bit more, because that hangs out with the
Give
audience
them
a
some
little
spice.
bit. Give them some spice. Give them a little bit of muy caliente.
Oh, Habbo.
Yeah, trying to set me up. Yeah. Would have been back-to-back flush over flush.
And he gets that one with an ace, as both of these players missed their flush draw. Andy, though, with top pair. What's up? It's Tallow.
Oh, that was the commentator on Tuesday, right?
Yes, he is a World Series WSOP winner in PLO. He's a PLO expert. I listened back to some of the commentary, and he's just phenomenal, man. Natural. He did some of the heads-up challenges. He was kind of shocked when I folded a king-high flush draw, although I was worried I was up against an ace-high flush draw. And now that I think about it, I should just made a play. Yeah, should just put some more chips in the middle sometimes, you know?
Yeah, monsters under the bed. You hit that ace on the turn, but a lot of the flush draws there, you're still dominating, so if you get there, you probably cooler them more times than you get coolered yourself, and inversely, if he's raising with a draw, you're just ahead with your king high, so when it goes check-check, you get a scoop as well.
So one thing that I was an owner of the stream, and then we sold to Bally's, and in 2018 they made me pretty much in charge of commentators and scheduling commentators, and one thing that I made sure that was a part of our team were talented poker players, because I loved when I would play on the show and I felt like there was a talented commentator that gave great insight, and like a poker player is what I wanted from our host staff. So when I started curating commentators, if there was a good player that reached out to me, I was like, absolutely, let's make this happen, and then I'll help you out the first few times you go in the booth, you know. And or sometimes I would play in a game and I would just ask one of the top players in the game, hey, are you interested in commentating? So that was very important to me. So to have Tallow a part of our team, and Rye Guy, and Adam Johnson, and Adam Swan, and Jared Greiner, some tournament crushers, it just means a lot to me for when you guys tune in and you guys have some awesome commentators that are people that I respect in the poker world. And you know, I play the medium to bigger games in LA, so if I'm giving someone your guys' ears, you can count on me that you guys are going to be doing a lot of learning and some expertise, and not to forget Yale as well. Yale, traveling nomad poker pro. So if I forgot you and you're on part of the commentator team, my bad. But yeah, welcome Alex Tallow to the team.
Yeah, something I really enjoyed about Tallow's commentary on Tuesday is you can clearly tell he knows exactly what he's talking about, but he doesn't try to explain all of that in a way that the audience wouldn't understand. And I feel like that's a big gap that a lot of the newer commentators in poker have been treading, where they're trying to explain concepts that aren't easily digestible. However, he did a really good job of allowing people who wouldn't have this high-level insight into the poker world, allow them to understand these concepts in a very simplified manner. As we see Andy flopping top set on this 8-4 deuce raggedy board yen with not a whole lot. I'm just gonna give it up.
I hit a bad
Yeah,
beat
you
in
really
the
want to
comments.
hammer if you're
You know
a
what?
poker
Bad beat.
commentator, the low-hanging fruits that everyone can digest.
I lost my quad.
If you go up the tree and grab those high-hanging
I won
fruits,
the
that's
pots.
probably for the top 5%
was
of
the
poker players, and
second
just
payout.
like you said, not
Biggest payout is
digestible.
the loser.
Yeah, the loser.
And we are 6 likes away from releasing the lineup. I'm gonna have it right here when we get there. We got a minute to do it actually. When we get there, I'm gonna let Rye Guy take it away and read off tomorrow's lineup if I can pull it up in time.
Let's get it. You guys are my saving
Wait,
grace.
yeah,
We
we
need
gotta
about 5
see
more
quads
likes
over
and let's
quads.
make this thing happen.
Tomorrow's game is 25.50 with a $50 big blind ante. Looking at the casted characters already, you better believe that the straddle of 100 will be on the whole time. They might as well just, looking at this cast, they might as well already just change it to 25.50, $50 big blind, $100 straddle, because there's no way that looking at these players that the straddle's not going to be in play.
And Talo, I would love to get in the booth with you one day. I feel like there's a lot I could learn from you. And so let's make it happen, JJ.
I'll see what the powers that be will do. And that's probably a yes.
So David value betting his top pair, and you know, he's gonna get paid a lot more than most players, getting looked up by pocket fours on a 3 overcard paired board.
Can't beat you.
That's why David is just able to
Yeah, except
maximize
for the
on
one-
his image. He's
That was only one.
finding creative bluffs, he's using air balls, and just attacking
I gotta
aggressively these
grind you
spots.
down
We're about
before you do that again.
1 like away from releasing those
You have a
lineups.
real stack when that
So let's
shit
get it.
happens.
Should we do one at a time, or should we just drop them all?
Nah, drop them all. They earned
Drop
it.
them all. You guys earned it. You guys deserve it.
They crushed it. So tomorrow's lineup, 25.50, $50 big blind ante.
So first off, we got the Solve for Why legend, Matt Berkey, who's going to be the headliner of the game. Action, Matt Berkey. Next, we got the Accountant, who's going to be returning from his hiatus away from the stream. He was traveling around Europe, I believe, for the last 3 or 4 weeks. And one of the most action players, but he also knows what he's doing. He mixes it up. He puts people in very difficult spots. We got Ishan, who I believe is from Texas typically, correct?
No, Ishan is a retired engineer for one of the Uber or Uber Eats apps. So.
Oh, cool.
Yep, and now he
I
plays
did not
poker.
mean to
He
raise
plays
your
pretty
Played
well.
on the show before?
Yeah, he's played a bunch.
He's played a bunch? Okay, so
You'll
Ishan's-
recognize him when you see him.
Yeah, and then we got Yen jumping into the mix. We got Lin G, who's a fan favorite. We got Harry.
I'm still waiting for the OnlyFans.
I am not.
Oh, you are not.
I am not.
Oh, that's right. You have a girlfriend.
Yes.
Ah. And I have a wife.
Yes.
I mean, I am not waiting for the OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Did you say? Rye Guy
We're waiting
said that.
for a fan to join the commentary booth because it is hot in here.
I think Rye Guy said that. It wasn't me who was the. Never mind. But that wasn't me.
We need a fan in the booth, as he was saying. We're gonna pick up the action here for a quick moment because we got top pair against top pair and middle pair and a backdoor flush draw. A little bit of a baby cooler, as we call it, when it goes top pair versus top pair, especially when a player is as aggressive as David. David now checking it over, presumably to check a raise. Eddie only sitting with about a pot size bet behind as well. Uncomfortable spot for top pair, weak kicker. But against a lack of aggression from 2 of the most aggressive players on this table, you've got to feel fairly confident about your top pair, and he's just going to go with it. David is going to make a quick call. Might give it a few more moments because of L being behind him, but once he flicks in the money, L's going to get out of the way, and Eddie's going to see the bad news that he's drawing to just 3 outs on this river.
Oh man, and Eddie's in a world of hurt because you already know.
I just go one.
David's gonna
Oh,
go
God,
one
have a
time right on cue.
And a brick river, so a little bit of a cooler there. Eddie can't get away from top pair against
Not
a
always bluffing, right, Andy?
aggressive player like
Once in a
David. It's
while.
fair to assume that when David checks it over, you 9 times out of 10 have the best hand in that situation. But
am
unfortunately
tough to
for Eddie, just running into
Yeah.
top on a
That's right. Just 'cause
Jack
I
high
didn't-
board.
Just because I didn't 3-bet you.
So far we got the accountant Matt
everybody.
Berkey, Ishan Yen, the World Series bracelet winner.
Tournament style.
We have Lynn.
Yep.
We got Harry in
Mix it
there.
up
Yeah,
sometimes.
Harry is who I like to call the end boss. Has probably played close to the most
yours.
live at the bike episodes ever.
Oh wow.
We just
Harry.
play so one of us has it all.
And Boss
Do
Harry.
you not know Harry?
I think I know Harry.
Harry's OG.
I haven't seen Harry play on the stream in a long time.
With reload.
Next we got Joe Learman, who's always in the mix. He's always having a good
until
time with
4
it.
Did you just needle him and say Letterman?
Unintentional needle.
Yeah,
So Joe getting in the mix. Once again, he's been playing a lot over these past few weeks, actually. He won yesterday. He won the day before. He was up about $40,000. He only brought one bullet today. Dropped about 5K and hit the rail early. And Ludo, one of my favorite people in the poker community, actually. I played my first episode with him about 2.5 months ago. And he's a really great dude. Just a very genuine, humble.
When he's sleeping.
When he's sleeping. When he's awake, he's a very genuine, humble.
And
Man.
you forgot one person. Were you saving him for
I was
last?
doubling
Okay.
back, you know. You got to keep. You got
So
to
you're
bring
doubling down. And
doubling down.
Okay.
You know, you got to bury the lead sometimes, as we call it. We bring Berkey in at the beginning, and we're gonna wrap it up with the silent assassin, Andy Stacks.
Ooh,
coming
he
back.
doesn't like that name.
I actually said that, and right as I'm saying it.
He does not like that name. That was, Andy, that was not your boy JJ in the chat. That was not your boy. I named him that. I
You named him
created
that?
that name.
You
And
created
he
it.
told me after a few years he did not like that.
You want to know why it took a
And
couple
I
of
feel
years
like
to
I
figure
told
that out?
I feel like I told Ry Guy that he didn't like that name. And Ry Guy used it.
Yeah, but you know why it took so long
they
for him
can pause
to
this
get that
one?
back to you?
Why
that
is
he
that?
didn't like the nickname?
Why is that?
I mean, you can use the name to kind of piece the puzzle together, right?
No, go for it.
No?
Go. I don't know where you're going with this. Go.
Someone's nicknamed the Silent Assassin, and it takes them multiple years for them to bring up the
Ah.
fact that they don't like that nickname.
Got him. Yeah, Andy Stacks Poker in the mix. I was kind of dumbfounded when you said at the beginning you're like the showcase of the lineup or something like that. Matt Berkey. I was looking at this. I was like, do you not see Harry the end boss, Lin G, and Andy Stacks Poker? And come on, the accountant who probably knows how to count better than anyone else on this table. You don't know how to count numbers and plug away your whole life and own a business of accounting if you don't know how much money is flying on that immersive wall right now.
How much you think is flying on that immersive wall right now?
I know the answer.
What's the answer?
I talked to Houston about it.
Yeah.
$2 million.
$2 million.
1 million.
1 million. Yeah, so a fire lineup tomorrow. I'm excited to watch the game. It'll certainly be playing with a straddle
my
at
strategy's
least.
been to give
Maybe a
courtesy
double
ups
straddle
and then take out each
for
guy
most
that
of
I
the
double
time.
up.
These guys love to play big. They love to give action, and I'm excited to see how it transpires.
Yeah, and that leads us, Ry Guy, to make sure that these people in the chat, they go over to ballyplay.com/LATB,
But
where
in
they'll be
time,
able to
we will
win
have
a
it.
hat and sweater tomorrow, hoodie. So if you guys would
Wow,
like to
really?
wear a hat and hoodie that I was wearing on stream, I'll wear my hat next week if I play. Undetermined if I want to play next week, but if I do, I'll wear the hat. And if you guys would like to wear the gear that we wear in-house, we will ship it to the person with the most answers. I promise you guys it'll take you 20 seconds, and it's 5 fun questions,
It's
and
good
you'll
to
have a
make
little
the-
bit of
the
strategy
fray feel
advantage
good about
if
themselves
you
before-
watch
You don't wanna
live
spoil
at
the
the
meat
bike.
in
So
them
make sure you guys check out ballyplay.com/LATB play, predict win, like we like to say around here at the Park West beautiful Park West Hotel and Casino, as my brain is scrambled up from 2 hours of sleep of a baby and degenning. Down about $22,000 yesterday. So you guys can send that to the IRS and let them know, just in case they
The
come
only way to let them
headhunting,
know
you know.
who the real sharks are.
Not saying how much we won our loss yesterday, but I might have thrown that number in the mix, you know.
Yeah, you've been slipping up a little bit today.
But my backer's gonna be pissed.
Your backer, i.e. your wife?
Yeah. It's like yesterday.
How'd you do yesterday? Oh, I lost a 5 trip
she's
to
like,
Hawaii.
No, I'm pretty
beginning.
honest. She's like, how'd you
And I
do?
got
And
up
I'm just
fast.
like,
And then I gave some back. and
yesterday
then I
was pretty
finished
terrible.
Yeah. You know what my answer is when my girlfriend asks how we do and we lost money?
Yeah,
I just tell her that we're winning in life.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and then she's like, oh damn, that sucks. How
Yeah,
much did we lose?
I don't think that works when you're married. Although my wife doesn't really care. She's like, we're okay, and I'm like, yeah, we're okay. All right, we're okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a business. If you're winning in poker, you're winning in life, then these
know,
downswings in your
my
poker are going to
my
happen, these
basic
bumps in the
overall
road in life are
strategy
going to happen, and it's just about overcoming them with people that matter around you and understanding what that long-term vision
And when you're
entails.
running good, you have to have no fear and bet big.
So how do
As
you know
JJ
you're
has
not
a
good? Like,
sip
I-
of his drink for all of
pick
you to
several in a
enjoy.
row, right? You pick 4 or 5 in a row.
4 or 5 in a row.
And then promptly mutes his mic.
And then you're losing one
Yeah,
hand.
normally it's the fifth. Normally
It'll happen.
the fifth
It'll
one
happen.
you lose.
But
So if you guys haven't already,
you
make
don't
sure
wanna
you
be
like and
betting big
subscribe.
when you're running bad.
Oh, they hooked us
Running
up.
bad, just
They
go
earned
real
it.
small.
They earned it, yeah, they earned it today. I mean, they've been doing well in the chat today.
There's always one.
It's always nice to have a co-commentator in here to hang out with. It's always a lot more fun to have someone to
What?
Use some purple chips. Use some quarter chips.
To that level.
I
hang
feel
out
like
with.
I crack you and Yale up more than anything. I don't know. I'm not even trying to be funny, and you guys are just laughing.
Yeah, it's just the playful banter. I mean, it just adds such a
But
nice
usually it's
element.
like while we're muted too. It's like you are muted, I'm muted, and I'm just cracking you guys up. I have no clue what I'm doing.
Yeah, 'cause we're not allowed to talk about that kind of stuff we talk about on
You
mute.
guys just think I'm hilarious, huh?
Yep, it's super streaky.
So Al gonna bet his gutter ball not low. Take it down.
Do you do the props? Like the dragon?
And JJ, take it away.
Oh. All right, I'm gonna try to do my best.
Yeah, let's hear it. Use your inflections, slow it down, speed it up. Let's make it unique. The best read
I
you've
got
ever
my
had.
coach in here. All right, so our leaderboard tonight is brought to you by True Classics. Get 25% off when you use the promo code LATB. TrueClassicTees.com/LATB if you want to fit in something nice, a little loose, comfy, as your guy in the booth is right now since he just had a baby, and put on some weight, but I'm gonna lose it. I had a salad back here, so make sure you guys check out TrueClassicTees.com/LATB. 25% off. Promo code top left corner. And highest VPIP, go figure, right guy? David bringing all the action. My favorite player left on the table. Even though I said I don't have favorites, I already told you I'm a numbers guy. Anyone who's playing and bringing action, they're my favorite. Cumulative winnings, Andy up 27,000, Al up 2,100. David down $150. Imagine after giving all that action, that's pretty insane. If I played that many hands, I wouldn't be able to play them as precise as David. And Yen, the big spender that's left on the table, down 9,300. Joe and Eddie both hit the felt for about a World Series main event seat of $10,000. How was that read?
That was very solid. You know what I really enjoyed mostly about that read is you took what I was saying about half an hour ago, and when you hit that LATB for the promo code, you slowed it down. You're like speaking quick. If you use the promo code LATB.
There you go. Yes, sir.
Like 8.5 out of 10.
I get free coaching back here, which is awesome.
I get no coaching.
How am I going to teach you anything?
Can't teach an old dog new tricks.
5'7" people, they're hard to teach.
I wouldn't know.
Got it? 3 players. Okay. 400. Raise 1,200. Fold.
So top on this Queen 9 deuce board, and a bit of a cooler here. David flopping bottom 2, Andy with middle pair, and Yen gonna take the aggressive action with top.
All in.
All of it.
Caught between a rock and a hard place. Yen ripping it in.
44 is 1,200. 44. All in.
David's image getting him paid. 4-bet jamming the flop with ace queen. David waking up with bottom 2 pair on this Queen 9 deuce board.
Oh, you have 2 pair?
Yeah.
Oh, 2 pair.
And I have a club draw.
Turning the flush draw to boot. Looking for a queen, a 5, or an ace.
And we know David runs it 1 time. And Yen, live by the sword,
Whole table.
die by the sword, and
Before
the
you-
action player David just is getting the best of everybody.
No,
David's been busting everybody. Al's right. He got Eddie, he got Joe, he got Yen.
Hit the board.
Andy Stacks is kind of tough to get because Andy's sitting super deep.
15,000.
And David sitting with nearly 100K in front of him now.
Yeah, yeah.
That hand was almost, that 9 deuce actually was almost as spicy as Habbo hot sauce, our proud sponsor of Live at the Bike. A delicious spicy hot sauce that will have you coming back for more. Check out habbosauce.com. See if Yen can shake this one off, right, guy? She's the big spender thus far. She's down about 2 main event seats now.
500. Fold. Fold.
Same number of main event seats I lost yesterday, and a millimaker seat. If you're doing your buy-ins and math of tournament buy-ins, which I don't know why we do that since it's a cash game table. Commentator's probably losing it back here.
That's how JJ measures his winnings and losings in main event seats and in Hawaii trips.
Hawaii trips is the brutal one. Imagine if I told my wife yesterday we lost about somewhere between 5 to 6 Waikiki Honolulu trips, baby. You still love me.
150.
She would look at me like if I'm crazy, right guy? You know, she'd be like, what?
Oh, imagine the reaction when I told my girlfriend we lost 8 of those last month.
8 Hawaii trips.
8 Hawaii trips.
That's
I have been
okay,
getting some
8
pretty good
Hawaii
flops.
trips. So you lost about a 40 ball in JJ's math.
30 ball.
30 ball.
You know, my trips probably aren't as bougie as yours are.
30 ball. No.
30 ball.
Oh, inflation, bro. Trips are getting
Inflation,
a little more
yeah, true.
expensive.
I never incorporated the inflation into it.
Yeah.
I won about 10K back after the stream, which was, you know, a little silver lining on it.
Oh, is that when you fist bumped and beat Mariano?
I beat Mariano, no fist bump.
Oh man, I don't know. I have 2 people at the table now that are. One person didn't.
Who's the other one?
I'm not gonna say names. But they said now that they thought about it, they did see you go when you walked out of the room. Maybe you didn't think they could see you, but you did.
It's so cap.
Oh yeah, it's a lie. Queen, 10-7, and 2 kings for Andy Stacks. We'll get to the poker since they are playing some 4-handed technical poker. Turn 8 for Al. David drawing stone dead.
Andy just calling with kings pre-flop too. No 3-bet put in.
Yeah, I think he did that because he thought David might squeeze behind.
Yeah, and this is the second time he's flooded with kings today out of the blinds. First time he was up against Yen and they Yen flopped top and Andy flopped top set.
I had to see if the rush was still going.
And so I think it's just a strategy where he's not going to be 3-betting a lot in this position, anticipating David to come through with squeezes very frequently, and then he can just 4-bet back at him.
Yeah, and probably a spot where
that call.
he knows he's out of position versus David, so there, even though Kings is an amazing hand, maybe he just wants to play, unless David's going to put in the squeeze, he wants to play a single raise pot. You know, if David puts the squeeze in, then he'll play a big 4-bet pot, but if not, playing out of position and a big 3-bet pot is a little bit more tricky stack to pot ratio-wise than if you put in a big back 4-bet. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. And Andy's one of a kind, so I don't want to try to peg down his thinking.
I think you broke it down perfectly, Andy. Playing out of position, he understands that if David's going to squeeze, he's probably calling a 4-bet very wide as well. So let's run through the situation. L opens to 300, Andy calls, and then David decides to make it 15. L calls, and Andy can pump it to like 5 or 6K.
More.
6 or 8K even, let's say. Yeah. David's going to call pretty wide with a lot of his suited connected range, and before you know it, the pot's already ballooned up to $18,000. You got about 40K behind, and
easy to get your overpair in.
Easy
Whereas
to comfortably get your overpair in.
In a 3-bet pot, it's going to be a little bit more dicey for sure.
Yeah. More of a PLO concept than a Hold'em concept, what we just outlined. But
I don't play PLO. I'm just thinking on the fly.
Oh, no. I mean, there's a lot of creative strategies in Paul Limit Omaha where, for example, if you're always supposed to 3-bet aces and Hold'em, if you're at an aggressive table and you get a hand like aces or kings or, you know, a nice 4 Broadway kind of hand, like ace, king, queen, jack, and you know that there's a high likelihood of someone 3-betting behind and expecting the field to call where you can just back 4-bet, it's a really common strategy in PLO to just pile money in against a range of hands that you're just going to have crushed. And then before you know it, there's about $3,000 in the pot, $3,000 behind. It's really easy to play your 4 high card kind of hands or your big pairs pretty flawlessly. You flop a nut flush draw, get it in. You flop 2 pair, get it in. You flop a over pair on a raggedy board, get it in. There's a lot of interesting ways to play that kind of game, and Andy obviously incorporating a lot of that strategy into his game today.
And here we go, Al with the turn flush draw, and David with air.
I don't know, let's see if Talo in the chat wants to back me up on that or if I'm just completely out to lunch.
And David's going to release his 8 high. And if you guys are here for some short-handed battling poker, we're going to see some sick hands today.
Well, the rush is definitely over.
All right, let's hear David's speech play.
Gotta go back to playing tight. No more bluffing.
Only call bluff.
I don't think we've seen a bluff from you. I think you've
You
maxed all your
haven't?
cards.
You haven't?
I don't think so.
Minimum king queen.
You will see some on this. You will see some on the stream.
I mean, no, I mean when you stack people, you have to. It's not a bluff.
Oh, yeah,
You
yeah.
gotta have cards. I just haven't seen it.
Oh, you have to invest in the image so they'll pay you off later.
Straddle. Fold. Fold. 500.
Oh wait, the Joe when you had Jack 6 against Joe, that was a bluff. But when
1600.
you get there, that's-
It definitely was a bluff.
yeah.
Even the river was a bluff. He
No,
just-
the river was value.
No, that was about bluff.
No.
2000.
Hard to turn top pair into a bluff.
Check. $6,000.
Good read. Good read.
David
You'll see on the stream.
turns the ace. And Andy, who had that gutty.
Tells me how good you got me read. That one
Exact-
hand the other day where you're like,
Double
oh,
gutter.
you missed everything, but you hit a 6 on the river. I was like, damn.
Damn.
This guy's got me down.
100.
Then I was bluffing with the best hand on the flop.
100, please. Thank you.
That's my favorite, to be bluffing with the best hand. You call me with
Double board
queen
ball
high.
pot for 100.
That tells you my image is working good.
Four hearts, out of hearts, 10 of diamonds on top. Andy Shanahan, please.
Double board bomb pot alert.
50. Call.
4 ways.
Fold. Off. Yes. 3 players. King of hearts. $1,500. Fold. Fold.
This time was a bad read, Andy. This one was a bad read. Yeah, I got ace high and a bottom pair on this one.
Thank you.
have to change it up. You got me too good. You're reading me too well. If I just play solid, you'll be so confused. You'll be like, what the hell did he do?
It's too hard for Lomi to do.
Maybe it's starting a new rush.
Call, fold. Call. 3 players. Check. Check. 500. Fold, fold. Thank you.
Talo in the chat saying he wants to do a heads up double board bomb pot challenge. I'm on board, man. Let's get it going. That sounds like a lot of fun.
A lot of purple chips to donate to you, Andy.
Call. Fold.
Seems like absolute chaos, but I'm all about it.
Check, check. 300. Fold, fold.
I checked. How am I supposed to make quads when I chase you guys out of the pot?
Random quads.
How do you have such a good read on me, Al?
300. Fold. Call, call. 3 waves. Check. Check. Andy, scan real fast for me. Thank you. 500. Fold. Thank you. Call.
So we got a couple of deuces in the mix.
Check.
David ahead here with his jack high.
$1,500.
And El gonna continue to apply aggression with his bottom pair. This is going to be one of the more creative bluffs that a lot of players aren't going to find. Effectively turning his hand into a 2-pair draw, trying to target some 7x to fold, and David just pouncing. Turning his hand into a bluff. Attacking the overly aggressive L with over aggression, value raising, but he doesn't know that.
God, you guys are reading too good. Shit. Come on. I already gave you your courtesy double up.
Very good flush draw.
And so David running pure today, finding spots and getting them through. Talo, hit me up on Instagram, Ryguy Poker. If any of you guys want to follow along with the content, Ryguy Poker on Instagram.
I played that hand for you.
6 deuce?
No, deuce 9.
Talo trying to get a 100 big blind cap.
450?
Where you're playing 100 big blinds at all time, heads up, double board PLO, bomb pot challenge. That's a mouthful. We're going to see a 3-way flop here. Deuces, 10s, ace, 8
You're gonna like
suited.
that hand when you watch.
And a deuce ball on the flop. Yen just running so poorly today. Flopping an overpair. But L's got bottom set. He repped the hand earlier with a pair of deuces. Now he's got 3 of them. And getting bet into for a big sizing. Half pot, David is going to make the peel here ambitiously, and I think L's going to put in a check raise. He can represent a lot of bluffs on this board.
3,500. All in.
And yeah, I'm just going to rip it in. There's so many bluffs to protect against, and L going to snap it off with his deuces, and she's going to get the bad news. She needs some backdoor straights, some backdoor flushes, or a 10 on the turn or river.
I was set.
Wow. I mean, that's
And we've all been there.
Okay, twice.
Going to run it 2 times, so I think Yan would be pretty content chopping this one up. Six of diamonds on the turn, so a 10 or a 6.
You have outs.
Seven on the second turn. 7 or a 10 for a chop here. And quads for L.
Wow.
Yen getting stacked for the 3rd time today. It just has not been the best of shows for her. A lot of coolers against her too, against aggressive opponents, and when they're capable of finding these bluffs, sometimes you just got to go broke with your overpair.
You mind giving Marvin first? Marvin? Chip? Thank you. 10,000 behind?
Yeah.
10,000. Big blind, please. Fold. Raise 150.
Got a lot of purple to call those late position raises.
Call.
A lot.
150.
Benny Ho in the chat saying that's rough. Yeah, completely. Nothing you can do there with the way that the hands have been going down in this 4-handed game.
Check.
Sometimes you just got to go broke correctly, and with all the draws out there and all of the bluffs that a guy like L can have, sometimes the lesser of 2 evils is to just rip it in and see where the cards fall. But unfortunately for her in this situation, bottom set is going to prevail.
I have a 7. Waiting for one of you guys. Oh man. Yeah.
What an actor.
Yeah.
What a Hollywood actor.
Good check on the river. I can't look to trap him. He's too good. He's been reading me very well.
Any way someone could pass her 10,000? So we
Sure.
Some chips and chips are coming?
Mhm.
Someone's coming? Yeah. We're just waiting on chips for Yen.
Good luck.
Thank you. Hold. 300. Call. Hold. Heads up. Check.
Action flop here. L flopping 2 overs, straight draw, and second up flush draw. David flopping a gutter ball, 2 unders. and a flush draw himself, turning bottom pair
15.
and deciding it's a good time for him to lead out. L with a boatload of equity, a couple of overs.
Call.
Or excuse me, I think L checked, David bet, and L called. And deuce of diamonds on the river. L gonna give this one up.
You have hearts? Oh, I'm running good.
I not only have hearts, look at
Oh, running good, baby.
when I fold it's straight flush. When I call it's like
Oh my God.
nothing. Straight draw, flush draw.
Running good, running good.
Thank you.
Oh shit, look at that. That's when you know. Right? The one time I got cooler, he only had 3 grand, so it was perfect. Oh man. Wow. Why don't you raise that? You raise that. We could have a real pot. Damn it.
I raise, you gonna call.
Of course. I'll
And
probably
then-
put you all in.
River I bet again, you're like, I can't fold.
Oh man. Damn.
300.
Very good third card.
Fold.
Oh man.
Call.
Pretty sick. Pretty sick.
Sit. 400.
Ah.
Have the world again.
Oh yeah. Y'all flopped me. I had ace 10. You definitely outflopped me. But the turn was coming with black 10. You're so bad. River ace.
Fold. 150. Call. 25 more. Take it. 3 players. Check. Check. 200. Call.
Yeah, and flopping top pair. Andy with a gutter ball, and David with bottom pair gonna continue.
Check. Check. 500. Fold. Fold.
Rush is over.
So you should bet small now. No, he said rush is over.
Rush is over.
Now you should bet small.
Yeah.
No more 3 bets, okay? Just always flat now. Your rush is over.
Yep, you're right. You're right. I'm only gonna play solid hand in position.
Fold. 175. Call.
Problem is I have all these purple chips.
Too many of them.
Yeah.
Can't guarantee that. Check. 350.
I can give him the purple.
Thank you.
Check.
So David drawing to his gutter ball that would really put a hurt on Andy.
1300.
But Andy gonna overbet and
Oh, I know
take this
my
one
hand
down.
wasn't
Got
good.
a flush
100%.
draw.
100%.
Got top 2 pair on this very connected board.
Thank you.
And David drawing to just a 3, gonna surrender the pot. Got a question in the chat here from an OMC. I don't play high stakes, so just wondering if it's poor etiquette to be giggling like a lunatic after coolering someone, and
Fold.
usually it would be.
See that? I even folded a butt.
But
Look
I
at
think
that.
David's,
Andy.
you know, he's a
Be
good guy.
careful.
He's
200.
always in a good
careful.
mood. I think it's just his personality to mess around. And all these guys are friends on and off the table.
He loves to needle too, so it's not personal.
And there's also levels to it. When you're
Yeah,
action
sure.
player V-pipping 66%, I think you get away with a little more than the guy only playing aces and kings in the corner.
JJ, what's my VPIP? It's got to be like
66%.
plus.
Oh, your name is JJ too, huh,
47.
right guy?
JJ.
Haven't seen you. Button is the only hand I saw you for. You only full buttons.
And Colleen
Everywhere else.
Long is in the mix too.
Everywhere else you play.
Did you give Colleen a shout out?
Damn, it's
I did not, but I will do it right now. She was actually asking about joining that PLO game you were throwing together.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna tighten it up. Drop it down to like
Talo
68.
is going to help
That way
run that
they'll
game.
have
So
to
Talo,
respect me a
Colleen
little
Long
bit.
is a friend of the stream and a friend of mine. So if you want me to connect you guys, let me know.
And, company helicopter. Maybe we could get that for you, Talo.
400. Fold.
Yeah, but playing solid is boring. Yeah, only bet when you have it. Yeah, what the hell?
Yeah, what kind of poker is that? I agree with you, David. That's insane.
It's
Like
boring.
fun.
I've had it every time and I lost, so you're right. You don't want to have it either.
Fold. Fold. Call.
No, raise 100.
Raise 100 more, 150 total. Call.
No respect. No respect.
Check.
100.
100. Call.
Mini raise.
Check it.
Check, check.
Damn it, he's milking me. He's milking me. Freaking professional. You hit the deuce. Shit. Gotta pay him off.
And there's the milk. The reverse milk, that is. Andy just went 9 high like a boss.
It's always the worst
It's so
feeling when you're
little.
bluffing on the river and they're like, ah, whatever, I'll
Stop
pay you
playing.
off.
Doesn't matter.
Andy, I'm playing a lot
Doesn't matter
tighter.
the
See
amount.
that? I'm playing a
Small,
lot
big,
tighter.
What if
doesn't
you
matter.
just say,
I'm playing a lot tighter.
throwing some like, just fold your hand, bro.
Just fold your
At
hand,
least
bro.
big,
that
Don't want
weak?
your
you
money.
kinda
Yeah,
need to
he's
think
snapping you
about
off.
it.
Yeah?
Snap call.
So you should just stay
Oh,
quiet.
Big,
then.
big he call
I
quickly.
What do you
think
do?
you just lose
Small,
the
he
money.
feels suspicious.
You just lose.
Milking me.
One way or another, you just lose. I was value betting
Exactly.
And he still
Joe
calls, so.
on the show on Tuesday.
There was no way I was folding.
I had middle 2 pair,
Just
he
no
had
matter how
top 2
fast.
pair on like a 4-liner board.
300.
I went for some razor thin value and he tanked for about a minute and a half. And before he calls, he's like, oh, it's the worst run out ever for my hand. You must have the straight against everything but the straight. I'm good. And I'm sitting there and I'm thinking like, do I turn my value hand into a bluff? Because at this point I know I'm behind. And so I'm just thinking like, how can I make him fold?
Value was ace high.
But at that point I knew it was too far gone.
Wow.
Nothing I could say could change it. And
Wow,
So
David
greedy.
just went 2x for value.
Can you beat a deuce?
So greedy.
And Alice says, are you value betting ace high?
Good lay down.
And David just
got one of
reached
the
over the
favorite,
$100,000 stack mark. Right, guy?
Alright, guys.
100K, no small
About
chunk of
5
change.
minutes, I gotta take a break, guys.
David came,
And you're gonna be back 30
he
minutes?
saw,
Roughly, I'm guessing.
he conquered.
He's
30
in
to
the
45
process
minutes.
of conquering. He wants all the chips on the table.
I mean, he has more on the table than
So should we play
most Americans
three-handed?
have in their bank accounts. He got 100.
That's 2x,
6 figures.
2x average American salary.
Oh, I thought you were going to say 2x my poker bankroll. That's what I thought you were going to say.
I mean, maybe after yesterday.
Yesterday went bad?
David's leaving, so
For
perfect
you.
time
You
to
can
get
play
some
yesterday.
players.
I mean, I lost a couple $100, but definitely nothing crazy.
They're watching the maniac at work. Stop. He's felting everybody.
So yeah, and with a couple of unders and a flush draw, she also has an open ender. David, with top pair, weak kicker. Let's see if Yen wants to fast play this or Gonna
Raise 1,000.
check a raise. It's definitely one of her best draws, which you want to pump the money in, especially against a aggressive opponent like David, who's going to be betting with a lot of air here. Queen of spades on the turn, so even top pair now gets downgraded. And overbet, I like it. Want to use this overbet sizing with your best value hands alongside your best bluffs, and Yen's 5 high flush draw certainly falling into the latter of the two categories. David still a non-believer. And king of diamonds on the river, so Yen went from bluffing to value betting. She's got about 3/4 pot and just rips it in. Now David can beat some 9x combos.
Yeah, he's wondering if Yen is steamed up. If Yen could have potentially had some sort of like Jack-9 type hand, open-ended, that completely missed. And, you know, certain players are creative enough that they'll have one draw and they'll
bluff card.
They'll rep the draw that comes in. I mean, that's also always a spicy way to play.
David been playing truly lights out today. Putting his money in good on the flop, on the turn, and then folding once he was behind on the river. It's really all you can ask for in terms of playing perfect poker in this game. And Yen clawing her stack back in the right direction after a miserable
Did you guys
afternoon for her so far. David dropping under the 100K mark just as the graphics hit the table. Take it away, JJ.
Our leaderboard tonight is brought to you by True Classics. Get your 25% off when you use the promo code LATB. TrueClassicTees.com/LATB. Me and Rai Guy are wearing them right now. So Rai Guy is not as a little heavy set as I am, but he still looks really fresh in them. So check them out, 25% off when you use a promo code LATB. And the highest VPIP, no way, it's David. Who would have figured? David bringing the action, cumulative winnings, the scoreboard brought to you by True Classics. Andy up 22,000. David up 13,000 and has felted like 3 players at the table. Al also winning. Joe, Eddie Pack hit the felt, and Yen climbing her way. And Yen is still stuck. I didn't see. I will check it out, but Yen is probably stuck a little bit like 14,000.
It's about 30K.
Oh, it's 30. Okay.
$30,000. It's been a difficult day for her. A lot of spots that she couldn't get away from, and I don't blame her. Just a few coolers that didn't head in her direction.
10K. What 10K? I got the nut low.
So David going for 2x pot on the river with 3 high. Andy snapping it off with pocket 3s on an ace, king, queen, 8-7 board.
Okay, I'm on tilt. That's it. I'm on tilt.
All right, I'll be back.
So what is the collection going to be for 3 players? 63. It's still 4. It's still 4. Okay.
That's kind of just how the day's been going for Yen. She had the best hand on a very scary board. David put out a huge bet, which made her fold, and Andy snapping it off behind with a worse hand.
Raise 150.
That's just poker sometimes.
Almost left with your mic.
Raise a 425. That's 400. Call.
So Yen flopping top 2 pair, Andy turning the king. And she's gonna get away from it here.
Double board bomb pot. Yeah. Andy's camp, please. Deuce ace. Deuce ace on the top.
Hmm? Oh, thank you. Chrome Heart.
Where?
Chrome Heart.
Never heard of it.
You don't know that brand? Chrome Heart.
How do you pronounce it?
Chrome Heart.
Chrome Heart? No.
Yeah.
No. Is that
It's like they sell clothes, they sell rings, jewelries. It's
I'm not big on fashion, as you can tell.
Oh.
I don't know any brands. 150.
Yen knows, right?
What?
Chrome Heart?
Chrome Heart?
Oh no.
Is that what you?
How can a girl doesn't know?
No, I mean, I'm not. I like more like vintage and older stuff. I'm not really
And this is pretty cool since we are three-handed at the moment. We got all three players on camera.
But what
Pretty
is it
cool if
called
we
again?
keep it like this the whole time.
Chrome Heart.
Chrome Heart.
Al with
Yeah.
top pair and Andy with
What's the logo?
just the gutty. He's gonna go for the check.
Logo is
and the
like
fold.
cross. It's
Yeah, that's. I mean, that's more like this generation kind of, right? The brand is more like this generation.
this
like
generation?
Yeah, like current.
The young people.
Yeah, for young people.
Kind
The
of.
hip stuff.
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah.
How old are you again?
I'm 33.
33.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm more. I like more like older things.
I see.
Raise 150. Raise 475.
You mean diamond and gold, right?
No, just like I like more like vintage, more like one of a like pieces that are not mass produced type that you can find probably. in thrift
150
stores and
and-
stuff.
475. 475. 1200. Call. Okay.
Andy and LL just with middle pair. Andy with the nut flush draw. Blind versus blind battle.
1200.
L now using about a half pot size bet. Andy with a pure continue here. Only question is if he puts in the check raise or just check calls. And river's a spade.
You
Check, check, and Andy's gonna scoop a 5K pot with the nut flush.
So I've actually never heard of chrome hearts. Is it like Supreme? I've a lot of people wear it.
I don't know how to describe them.
Like, what type of style is that?
Raise 150.
Yeah, I really don't know how to describe them. It's like jewelry, clothes.
700.
Fashionable, very fashionable, but not very expensive jewelry.
Oh,
But then-
it's jewelry. It's not clothes.
Jewelry and clothing. I mean they have They sell jeans that's like $5,000 or like.
That's not that expensive?
No, I mean jewelry is. It's not those like diamonds. It's mainly it's silver, but there's a lot of expensive one too, like with diamond added.
Yeah.
But
you're talking about like your jewelry.
And for example, like glasses, like they have like
they make
$1,500 frames.
Oh, okay.
It's just very cool silverware, silver made fashion stuff.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do you have a storefront?
150.
Huh?
Or online only, or do you have a storefront? Like
They have a store in LA and a store in Vegas. Not many store, yeah. Like the.
I'll Google it when
like rings like this.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a cool ring.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like
So
$1,200 or $1,100.
They're known more for jewelry or clothing?
Well, I'm doing free at the 5 times one. 550.
Yeah, are they more like jewelry or clothing?
More. I would say their jewelry sells more.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Just. It's not super expensive, like $1,100.
Yeah.
But it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
500.
So you're paying for the design because it's not like it's a diamond or
Right.
like stone that.
But they also add diamonds to it, so those are more expensive. Yeah.
But yours is more like a costume jewelry, like a.
Mine's more like just for fashion.
Call got pushed
Just
back.
for fashion.
I can play another 15 minutes and then I gotta go for it. Just got pushed back. Oh, I'm the.
Oh, you had to make a phone call?
Yeah, but the call got pushed back 15 minutes, so I figured might as well.
Make it at the table while you play.
Yeah.
Speaker.
It's gonna be hard. Hold on one second.
150.
450?
450.
Yeah, and pocket queens here. Gonna 3-bet it up.
Call.
Getting action in not just one, but 2 places. From a couple of strong heart draws. And just the theme of Yen's night. Pocket queens, feel like you can turn it around. You got an ace on the board, not just an ace. A king, and not just an ace and a king, but a bunch of clubs. She does have the queen of clubs, though, which is good for her hand. She can represent all those big cards. Andy not going to go anywhere with his ace. And now it's a question of if she wants to turn her queens into a bluff over multiple streets. Check on the turn. River, 9 of clubs, there you go. Banking the nuts on the river. So the only question is how big does she want to go?
1,500.
About 2/3 the size of the pot, and Andy's just going to find a quick fold with his top pair.
Raise 150. Raise 700.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to 3-bet the pocket 10s. Just take it down.
How much?
It's a couple of speculative hands.
$1,000.
Do you know how much?
Plus
Andy?
50 for the ante.
Check.
50 more.
Huh?
Remember that guy Coco that used to play?
So hold on. So it's raised to 200?
All purple. He used to play all quarters when we were playing our game, and he just.
Andy, is it raised to 200 or just?
Yeah, raised. Yeah.
125 is
Oh,
dead.
sorry. Is it?
No,
It should be-
125 is dead. Yeah.
Yeah, it's still 50. You're still 50.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blind. You still have to call 1 more.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I don't remember Coco.
Guy Coco used to come in. He was like a Canadian, I think. It's all he didn't like any of the big chips, just like quarters. 325. That's what he reminded me of.
Sounds like a character.
It's so nauseous.
So he would sit down in a bigger game with all
Yeah,
quarters?
you know, he's playing and just buy all the quarter chips.
Jeez.
And then when someone bets like 1,000, you can just like call like all quarters.
Wow. If we tried that, you wouldn't be able to see us on the camera. 90,000 in quarters, please.
Oh.
Be like a limit
250.
250.
Check.
I would assume it would just be annoying when the dealer has to count the chips when on each bet, just to make, you know,
Right.
like $5,000 and he cuts out quarter chips, and then the dealer has to count it.
Yes. Oh my God.
Do you play a limit at all?
Not
Ever?
very well.
So have you tried?
Yeah.
Like
There's
to
no
hold them?
fun in playing limit. It's so hard to bluff.
Yeah. It's just
They always have the right odds to call.
Well, the only fun part is you get to, you know, just like
Yeah.
play every single hand.
Yeah. No, if there's no bluffing, I don't get any enjoyment.
450.
450.
Right. I agree.
You know? Anybody can win when you have the nuts. Shit.
Call. Fold. Check. 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 Check.
1,000.
1,000.
I play the board. I play the board. Play the board. Did I make a good laydown?
Yes, you did.
Thank you, thank you. Good read, good read. Good read. It's hard to play the board.
28.
You even
It was
chop.
not my flop, not my turn. I was just waiting for you to bet a quarter.
You want me to grab it?
Well, in hindsight, I played that hand perfectly.
You won the maximum.
Fold. Raise 175. Raise 500.
I guess I play high, you play low, so I'm waiting for you to play high and I'll play low.
18.
1,800.
So a major cooler here. Andy with a suited queen opening it up on the button. David 3-betting out of the small blind. L coming through with a cold 4-bet with pocket kings, and ace queen versus kings in a four-handed poker game is just a couple of monsters.
Oh, that would have been.
And king's just an ace magnet. Check, check on the flop. And I think against a guy like David, you just got to pay a premium to bluff catch with kings. Backdoor flush coming through, so if David was bluffing with a hand like a spade draw, he just got there. But we know that David doesn't have to always have good hands to bluff.
35.
David's certainly capable of finding some air balls here. And I think in this situation, kings are just too strong to fold. Getting about 4-1 on a call against a player who's proven to have a reputation of getting out of line. So I was going to sit here, hem and haw for a few moments.
Oh, you didn't tell me.
Sorry.
Can I mark? Like,
Yeah, it's fine. I think like by 1 or 2 seconds.
yeah.
And find a good fold, actually.
Good decision. Good decision.
Yeah, right.
6 deuce.
No, my bad. We'll give you 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, you don't need to. I just.
Okay.
Who has the button?
I actually got to go make the call now, guys. Sorry. I'll be back.
David scoops the pot and goes to take a call outside.
Okay, deal him out on the button. Go.
It's always nice leaving on a high note when you're in the middle of a game. You know, you got a call to make, you got to
I'll look at it.
have some dinner or something.
Give me aces here.
It's always the worst when you lose a pot and then have to go. But scooping in a pretty nice one before hitting the road for a few short moments. He should be back in about 10 or 15 minutes from what I heard. L pumping it up with suited 7-3, Yen in there with 8-4 suited. And a pretty decent flop for both players. L hitting top pair on this 7-6-6, Yen with a gutter ball, backdoor flush draw. Got a half pot sizing and call. Yen upgraded now to top pair. L checking it over and checked back quickly. King of spades on the river. L going for a small blocker sizing, targeting some under pairs and some ace X, and Yen just gonna snap it off. And this is typically what you expect from deep stacked four-handed poker games. A lot of chipping away, a lot of sub-premium hands, a good amount of bluffing, and all the players at the table really have a great understanding of how this game works, so it's certainly going to provide for some unique gameplay. So small bet, and Andy just going to float here with queen high. And rivering the 3.
In limit, they would say, miss the bet.
Miss the bet?
Yeah, they say miss the bet. Miss the bet.
What's that mean? If I bet, I win?
Well, you bet the flop, right?
Yeah.
And then you check the turn, right? And then
Yeah.
you got there on the river, so you
So I
missed
should have bet the turn.
Yeah, then it's
Save the bet.
Inside joke.
I want to raise the turn. Save the bet.
Check.
Check. Check. $250.
Yeah.
150.
Three-way action to a flop of deuce 3-7. Yen with a gutter ball. Excuse me, open-ended backdoor flush draw. Andy with top pair on this 7-high board. And certainly a prime candidate to mix in some check raises here. Definitely the best bluff combo you'd have on this kind of board. Andy with top pair, I don't think he's going anywhere just yet. And coming through with the flop 3-bet with just a pair of 7s. In a spot where most people just default to call.
$7,000.
And the flop 4-bet bluff, I like it. Now putting Andy in a world of hurt. This game is really unique. Playing this short-handed, you really have to be in there battling with some sub-premium hands, and this certainly falls into that category.
10 seconds.
Well done from Yan, picking her spots extremely well, getting it done, and dragging in this pot through pure aggression. Finding a bluff in a spot that not a lot of people are willing to take.
$650.
$650.
Ace Queen again versus a suited wheel king. King, King 7. L taking the lead on this board that's rarely going to connect with his range.
$350.
Meaning that Yen's going to have all the ace king and the king queens, while L is not going to have all of those strong kings in his range. You can certainly have a lot of raggedy kings similar to what he has right now, but Yen is just simply going to have most of the best hands here. So I'll taking a small stab on the turn and yeah, just giving up her ace high.
Ooh, 150 and then 575.
Now Andy with number 1 pocket aces coming in for the 3-bet. Queen high board. Let's put some more money in there. And just gonna get away from it.
Wow, a lot of big pairs today. It's crazy. A lot of big pairs. Like yesterday I played, I couldn't get a single pair, and then it's like tens, jacks, queens, kings, aces, all of them.
Just
All of them.
no color.
Some of them call, but like no big pots. Like, like it's crazy. Plus, this is the tournament like right now. 3 hands, the winner. That's all the money because you guys have like 20 big blinds.
Right,
money
right.
getting in.
175.
And it's just not even- Yep, sorry. It's just crazy how like you can get such a rush of cards. How much?
Andy declaring all the big pairs he's getting and promptly picks up pocket tens.
725.
And a bit of a cooler here in a 3-handed game, 9s versus 10s. These are a couple of premium hands in these formations. Andy just calling here with his 10s. Jack high board. Yen with the betting lead.
$450.
It's been one of those days for her where she's waking up with the second best hand time and time again.
$1,100.
So Andy betting for a little bit of value and protection here.
Call. Check. Okay. $27.50.
So Andy picking out a perfect sizing to get called by exactly the kind of hand that Yen has, and
Yeah.
she's gonna get the bad news once again.
Corey, can you get me a 5 of clubs? Red.
I'd king's last hand too. It's just like
So sick sometimes. Waking up with second best hands all game long.
I'm sure that's what it was like, El, when you were like deep. Did you get like a lot of big hands, or just got lucky on a lot of hands, or what?
Yeah, when it got really deep, it's just shallow stack. Yeah.
And the people were just shoving into your hands, huh?
It was just not much special.
Yeah.
Just short stack. Yeah.
Raise 150.
Oh no.
Alright, we need to do another double board bounce. The breakdown again for this?
Missing 100 in there.
63, 150, yeah.
Oh, you took it out, right?
Yeah, I need to give you a change. So.
Yeah. Okay.
What was the?
63 total.
Yeah, 28, 30.
What did you take out?
Well, I took 100 out.
So 37.
I was almost out in
30,
ninth
37,
place.
right?
I went all in with 6s, and the guy had 7s. Flop is 8, 9, 10.
Wow. So you hit a set. He hit a set. Yeah, he hit a set, right? He had 7s.
He can only, yeah.
So he hit a 2-outer.
I can only hope him hit a 2-outer.
Yeah, yeah, that's sick. That's pretty big, yeah.
I was ready to leave. Because if I
What's
hit a
the-
6, he still have a straight.
You end up getting 6, right?
If I hit 6, he have a straight.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, you end up getting 6th place in the tournament.
5.
5th place. So what was the difference between 5th and 9th?
That's a lot.
Like 60K, 70K, something like that, or something.
Yeah, what is 9th place? I don't even know.
No.
Yeah, but
Quite a big
I
jump.
think the
Yeah.
difference is pretty big.
150.
The guy who won busted me like in 2000, long time ago. The same tournament, Legends tournament. The guy who won. He got like 4th like a long time ago, and then he won it this year, which is sick. Yeah. I made a deep run like years ago too, and he's the one who busted me.
$150. Fold. Call. Okay. 300. Fold.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's just so
Why is it not a tournament? Why are you guys not busted?
I couldn't get anything in that tournament. Nothing. Day three just played like 3 hands for the whole day. Just fall, short stack. Just trying to survive.
3-handed. So you got second?
Oh no, I got no. I'm saying on day 2, late day 2 actually. I survived the day 2, yeah, and I couldn't get anything on day 2. I was so short
150.
the whole day.
What is your biggest tournament score?
Not very impressive. Probably the main event, like 2018. We got like 100 and something. It was like, yeah, it wasn't much.
100 something?
100 something place.
What about the price?
Oh, the price was nothing, like 50K or something, yeah.
150.
Yeah, you have to get like, I think top, like the big money starts coming in like 40 people, 30 people, that's what I mean. Do you play tournaments when you're in China too? The poker tournaments?
No.
No? How come?
Huh?
How come you didn't play the tournaments in
I don't
China?
even know there is.
Oh, I heard there's a lot of them. That's what I heard.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. That's what Ling Ling was telling me, and that's what I heard from someone else too. They have big tournaments.
In mainland China?
Yeah, like a lot of people come too.
Really?
Hundreds of people.
I don't even know if it's legal.
I thought the tournaments were legal. Just the cash games are totally illegal, but the tournament's fine.
Bet 175 will fold.
So if you move to Taiwan, you'll be playing tournaments and GG poker.
No, I won't be playing poker. Most likely not playing poker. Like I might do like collaborations with card rooms there, but like I won't be like playing like grinding.
You'll be like doing business.
Just other things, yeah. Just anything but poker. I've been playing this game for too long, man.
How long now?
20 years, yeah. I mean, this can't be it, right? This can't be like my whole life. That's it. Just poker. That's it. It's gotta be more. Yeah.
200.
You started playing when you came here, right? Or you played when you were over there? When you moved here?
I came here for college.
Okay.
Yeah.
When did you start playing?
College time.
College time. Okay.
Yeah. But I was pretty bad for many years. Just playing for fun.
For sure. That's how we all started.
$150. Call. 150. Out to 800. Heads up.
Pocket nines versus ace 7 on ace queen 4. Yen with top pair and a backdoor flush draw. L with an under pair to 2 of the cards on the board. Check, check on the flop, and that ace on the turn might get Yen paid. Making it less likely for her to have the ace herself, now that a couple of them are out there.
Okay. $1,000.
No more slow playing from her, $1,000 to go.
Call.
And hitting the goalpost on the river, but the unconsequential 8. And of course Yen now going to go for a second street of value. I think about 60% pot on the river. And far from the easiest spot from L. You lose to an ace, which there are only 2 left in the deck.
That's an ace.
You lose to a queen, which might be taking this line at some frequency, but probably choosing a slightly smaller sizing on the river, targeting hands like 9s, 7s, 6s. So it's a bit of a guessing game here. 9s in this case would be a much better hand to call down with than pocket 10s, because you unblock a lot of the hands that she could be bluffing with, like Jack 10, King 10. And 9s really don't coordinate with a lot of the hands that she would find bluffs with over a multitude of streets that aren't just complete airballs. But then again, there's not a lot of draws that Yen can have here. It's also a 3-handed poker game, so a lot more wide ranges, so if you're folding a pair here every single time, you're just going to get exploited like crazy. And L comes to the right decision after a few short moments. L rarely want to use a time bank, but here's one there. Thank you guys for joining us for this Thursday edition of Live at the Bike. We're playing 3-handed here. 3 professionals in the mix today.
175.
Not a spot to be had at the table in terms of any weak recreational players. Andy picking up aces here. L flatting with a hand that he can mix into a 3-betting range. And flopping a gutter ball on this 3-4-10 board. Ace high can certainly be good against a multitude of hands as well at this point in time.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know.
150.
250, 225.
225, sorry.
King of spades on the turn, bringing in the front door flush draw. I think Andy just goes for 3 streets of value here.
550. Fold.
550 to go, and quick fold from L.
Alright.
King's gonna connect very well with Andy's range there, and even if he's betting a hand like Queen Jack, he's really gonna give up, so sometimes it's better to just cut your losses and get out of the way. Even if it doesn't always have the best hand, it's gonna be very difficult for ace high to hold on versus a third street of aggression. And we see Matt in the background there. Hey, what's up, Matt? And as always, your leaderboard brought to you by True Classic.
Sure.
Use the promo code LATB to get 25%
Hi guys, this Friday,
off.
Matt Berkey makes his return to Live at the Bike. Also with Lynn G, you can play along at home with the Live at the Bike predictor game. Go to ballyplay.com/LATB. Submit your answers on what you think is going to happen in the game, and you can win awesome merch from Live at the Bike, including hoodies, hats, and t-shirts. That's ballyplay.com/LATB. Submit your picks, and we'll see you there.
Well done from Matt on that read there. If you haven't already, make sure you submit your picks for the LATB predictor game.
Fold.
And make your picks for a chance to win some free swag. You can win hoodies, sweaters, t-shirts, some hats. Play, predict, win. Thank you guys for joining me on this beautiful Thursday evening. Live at the Bike, we got to 3-handed poker game. We're going to get David back in a short while.
Okay. Heads up. Okay.
If you guys got any questions for me, drop them in the chat. Happy to engage with the chat on days like today when the table talk is very slow. And typically when you get 3-handed play, not a lot of big hands to collide or report on. So Andy's going to bet his open-ender and L's going to fold his gutter ball. We got Big Udder in the Twitch chat saying, all those empty seats I gotta head over. Yeah, man. Seat open for you if you want to jump into the game with these
51-1. You guys
3 sharks.
Oh, no. All right, so.
Andy proposing straddle promptly shut down.
Raise. 150. Top. Fold.
Shout out to Tallow, chilling with us the whole chat. Appreciate the insight you were giving on the Tuesday game.
Check. Check.
It's always fun to have those high-level guys rolling through. You know, some of the end boss kind of theoretical thinkers when they can really break down what is correct and what isn't, and allow people to get a little more insight onto the theoretical understanding of this game. Certainly fitting that description to a T. Talo's done a lot of the bigger games, the Galfond Heads Up Challenge that took place about a year ago now. Really interesting game, actually, that was. Phil Galfond, for those of you who don't know, is one of the best PLO players in the world. And he was doing a Heads Up Challenge with, I believe, Linus, if I'm not mistaken. I don't want to misspeak here. And he was down quite significantly. Took some time out of his schedule to reset and was charged quite heavily for that. I believe it was at least a few $1,000s per day just to get his head straight, as the challenge entailed that there was a time frame as Andy bets his top trips for value. Or, excuse me, it's bet into with top trips for value. And voting up on the river,
Flop checked around, turn bet 200. River now 500. Call. Mm-hmm. 500? Yeah.
And so L betting for value. Not sure what Yen had, but she calls it down. Getting back to what I was saying earlier, though, that Galfon challenge that one of our new commentators was working on, was a really interesting thing to follow. You know, he was behind quite drastically in the early stages of the challenge. He decided to take a huge penalty, charging himself thousands of dollars over about a week span, getting his head straight, which really just shows the value of even these highest level guys like Phil Galfon can go through some mental blocks, mental challenges. And understanding when it's not your time to be playing is certainly one of the most important parts of playing this game for profit. Sometimes you're not in the right headspace, sometimes you're not feeling good, sometimes you're not playing well, and being able to identify those spots when maybe it's a good idea to step away.
Check.
Phil was able to identify that, overcome a seemingly insurmountable deficit that he was facing, with a lot of his reputation on the line. Now, he always calls himself one of the best heads-up players in the PLO world, and we know this. He has a training website, he has a lot of people that look up to him in terms of putting out high-level content and following his lead, so I'm sure the poker world was taken by storm when he was faced with this seemingly insurmountable deficit. And over a long period of time, he was really able to regain his focus, regain his composure, and come back stronger and better. Eventually winning the challenge, and the commentator for the Tuesday game was the one following along the entirety of the time. So big shout out to him, and major respect for him, being able to rock all these high level gigs and really break down what these highest level players in this extremely complicated game are thinking. You know, PLO is a different monster than No Limit Hold'em. I'll put a quick pause on that because Andy has a open-ended straight draw, second nut flush draw, Yen has top pair, and a king on the turn, so not only does Andy have the nuts right now, he has a redraw too. Second nut flush, Yen with top pair now shriveling up to just a medium strength bluff catcher.
850.
And Andy just gonna go for 3 streets of value here. Yen has to find hands to call down with. This certainly qualifies as one. Yen looking for a queen to chop 4 on the river.
Check. $3,000.
And overbet just gets snapped off.
Please.
Again, that's the danger of playing short-handed, is that sometimes you're repping the 4-liner, but what other hands can you call down with? If not the straight that he's representing, and top pair is sometimes going to just have to use the bluff catcher. Even in situations like that, when he's repping the queen over multiple straights, the question you need to ask yourself is, what better hands do I have to call with here? And if I'm folding an ace every single time, am I just getting run over? And so the answer to that would just be, simply put, yes. If you're folding everything but a straight in that situation, then you're really just going to be exploited heavily by a player as strong as Andy.
Yep.
And unfortunately for her, he just had the goods in this situation.
We're not saying anything, so it doesn't matter. I was talking.
Yeah, table talk is at an all-time low today. Tension is high, money is flying on the wall.
What's the shadiest what? That's put me in?
Like, have you ever bet a home game?
I mean, an interesting one happened like not too long ago. I'm sure a lot of people know about it. This lady basically came on Live with the Bike and like stole money from me.
Yeah.
And then she tried to get out of paying by doing the Me Too thing, saying that I did things to her. And then like she tried to like basically say that she was gonna sue me for millions of dollars. And then she ended up just like disappearing and then like nothing, like no lawsuit, nothing.
150.
She used to play on the show.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
I remember
Mhm.
watching your YouTube for
Yeah.
that specifically, but I never
Yeah.
heard anything.
Basically threatened to sue me, and like, and I hired a lawyer, and my lawyer said, bring it on, like go ahead and sue. And she dropped everything, and like she deleted everything she wrote about me. She just disappeared. Never returned my money either.
400.
So yeah, that was like the most recent shady thing that happened.
I actually heard about this story. Someone taking money from Andy, deciding to threaten with counter.
Yeah, it's weird because I wasn't really watching the streams
Yeah,
regularly, but I
yeah.
remember watching that stream.
Yeah.
Like specifically. And that
Oh, she would come to the game with 50K, and she was owing me money, and she'd be laughing about it. And that's why I made the video, because I waited for a month to get paid, and
Yeah.
then she never paid. She just kept coming
Raise.
live the bike and playing
150.
with 50K in her bag.
Fold.
Just
Oh.
Yeah, not a good look.
yeah.
Don't want to be playing high stakes poker when you owe people money.
Check. Check.
Once you get a bad reputation in this industry, it's very difficult to overcome that.
150. Fold.
So whenever I, on the rare occasions, need to borrow some money from people, whether it be because I didn't bring enough or
Probably something similar, right? Loaning money, lending money, something, getting stiffed, something.
like home game craziness or
for any other reasons, you definitely want to.
I went to kind of, how do you call that? Like, it's not jail, but I went to a home game in China and got caught.
Oh shit.
24 hours.
24 hours jail.
you were detained for 24
Raise.
hours.
Yeah.
50.
So they just like kicked down the door or like
Yeah. Like everyone on the ground, hands up.
You just pay a fine too. Pay a fine.
Yeah, the organizer paid everything. Organizer.
Organizer has.
It's 500 per person,
200.
but it's not a crime
Fold.
because the amount was not big.
Oh, okay. Okay. But the organizers got like really punished
Organizers
for a lot.
more, yeah.
They got severely punished for it.
Also depends on the amount.
Oh.
So amount you charge and the amount of the game. People get put into prison for 5 years if you organize the game.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Big one.
What's the law in U.S.?
Not 5 years. That's for sure.
150. Fold.
U.S. if you get caught organizing a game, what happens?
You just pay a fine, I believe.
Pay a fine?
Yeah, but I don't even think like most games
Okay.
only get busted if there's drugs and there's like prostitution going on.
or if there's like a slot machine or other stuff.
Yeah, poker is like so whatever. I actually know like cops that play private games. they don't care.
500. Fold.
Do you have any crazy poker stories again?
No, I mean, no. I mean, I think everyone's been through it all, right? Typical lending money, never nothing back. So, yeah.
Let's hear some good stories.
Yeah, your turn. Your turn. Your
Yeah,
turn.
now it's your turn.
Let's hear some shady stuff.
Just interviewing everyone.
150.
This is Jeff, our cameraman, who's
Jeff,
about
they want to hear your stuff.
tell us his shadiest poker
150.
story.
Fold.
Like poker wise, like I've got crazy stories, but I don't think I can tell them on stream.
Can't tell them on stream, huh?
Well, you kind of have to put yourself in that position too, though. I mean, if you just come play and mind your own business, I don't know if, you know.
Okay, best day of your poker.
Best day.
Best day?
Best day.
So
There we go. Now we got some table talk rolling
I
through.
was like 20, maybe I just turned 21. I was a really like naive kid. And
150. Fold.
I just moved up to Northern California, and I was playing. I had like taken my paycheck,
600.
washing dishes, and I bought into like a 10-20 minute game. I think it might have been 5-10, 10-20. Just like seedy card room in this like podunk little town. And while I was there, I guess they caught one of the guys cheating somehow. I don't even know what was going on.
18?
I literally had just started playing poker.
And a couple of monster hands here again. We mentioned the three-handed nature of this game. Really gonna over-incentivize pre-flop aggression.
Yeah, I mean, I've
Four betting the
never
jacks,
had, like, a
ace-queen
bad
offsuit,
case
and this
because
kind of a
I
format is just
mean, I haven't
premium.
play home games very often.
Right.
So I think that's probably like
Check.
if you start
Overcards the jacks, gutter ball for the ace-queen. Both players thinking they want the jack, but L not realizing how bad that would be for his stack, assuming the board doesn't pair.
900.
Yeah, this was like a permitted card room. Like,
Oh, so what
but it was
happened
like,
to you?
I don't know. They took him. I was, they basically told me to leave. They locked the doors behind me.
Oh,
Oh, they just told you to leave.
Yeah, like I mean, they caught this dude cheating. Something happened.
Yeah.
Check.
Like I said, I think maybe I played. Might have been my third or fourth time playing. Anytime.
Nine of diamonds on the turn, giving L a gutter ball as well. So both players are looking for the other person to pair up.
This guy just old
And the ace on the river.
Check.
So Andy gets the check mark.
cowboy hat.
Decides it's a better card for L's range. Gonna check it over, and I don't see L putting in more money unless he feels he has to turn his jacks into a bluff.
I guess I'm lucky then, huh? I haven't dealt with.
Check back. Ace queen.
Or maybe I'm so abnormal that nothing strange happened that would happen to me. I become strange because
There you go.
I'm just like already strange.
There you go.
Right? It's like another day.
Normal.
Yeah.
Strange becomes
Strange is my normal. Maybe that's right. So
200.
if something normal happened, then I would be like, wow, that's strange.
Check.
No, that's not.
Yeah.
200. Call.
Pocket queens here for L. Andy's gonna continue with bottom pair. A couple of backdoor draws as well.
Yeah.
Four of diamonds on the turn. Card that Andy's gonna decide to lead on at a high frequency. He's gonna have a lot more fours in his range than
10 p.m.
L has, and he really gets to
Normal thing, right?
Yeah, that is definitely.
put a lot of
normal
those
thing.
overcard type hands into
I
a
do that.
You
so-
do.
miserable
That's
spot, like
strange.
a hand like 9-8, which won't really follow through and tell his story. It really just clears up a lot of the
Oh.
equity and also makes it difficult for
12.
You said 12?
Yeah, yeah.
strong
Okay, my
hands
mistake.
to
That's a
come
raise
over the
to
top.
1200.
But L deciding his queens are just too strong to slow play. And let's see if Andy wants to find a way to continue here, either through a 3-bet bluff or just a call.
The cards were not memorable.
Pair of threes in a
No.
heads-up
So I
matchup
was
are
just
actually a
thinking
lot
how bad
stronger
my
than
hand must have
Check.
been
a lot of people would
so
suspect.
I didn't remember what was dealt.
So I was going to put in an overpair. A bet for value with his overpair. And let's see if Andy wants to suss it out when he puts the money in. I think all three options are certainly on the table for Andy here. Either
Check.
I am
raise the bluff, and Al just decides to check it back. Surprised to see him check that one back on that run out.
I
But
enjoy it. I enjoy it. So
understanding that Andy's just going to have a lot of 4x and gets to put L in a really miserable spot on that kind of a run out. So just content with the size of the pot, checking it back, and scooping down this medium-sized pot.
Yeah. So maybe that's. I mean, if I would only play one game only, I think maybe I would probably get kind of bored with it.
How many hours you
It just it varies, but I love to play. So I mainly play
We
limit.
both hated that river. I said we both didn't like that river.
Yeah.
I was like, this fucker just hit his diamonds.
Not
for sure you had
it. It's good to, if you
No, you're
local
calling.
games and
Oh, with
Oh,
no
it's
diamond
new.
I am. Not
It's new.
diamond, no.
Yeah, right.
Not the river, yeah. I wasn't calling
200.
it. Not that one.
6.
Raise to 6. Fold.
So
One day I want to join you guys in the 80-160
Hmm.
HL game. That looks like so much fun every time I do
I
it.
mean, there's obviously pros and cons to playing poker all the time, but I guess people don't look at the fact that there's so many other things, worse things you could be doing. This is a game, right? Like
We
this
get
is,
to play a game.
we take it for granted, but it's like it's fun. It's fun. It's a game. A lot of people can't do that.
Next hand collection.
I really like that mindset being
150.
shown by
Call.
Yen in this hand. A lot of people take poker for granted. You're playing for profit and making a decent amount of income. A lot of people forget that most of the player pool in the poker community lose money playing poker. And so, while you're making money playing a game, they're spending money to play that exact same game. So sometimes in those situations, when you really take a step back and understand what those actions entail, you can really create a much greater appreciation for a game that a lot of people have created a decent living for themselves through. You're able to embrace that mindset and understand what a blessing that you've been imparted with in terms of being able to play a game for
14.
capital. As we see Andy bluff check raise the river. I like it. I was going to be betting a jack here for value at a high frequency. He's also going to have a lot of brick draws that fall between the jack and the 7, something like 9-10, 8-10. And so, when you break down the range of hands that L's going to have here,
10 seconds. Fold.
he's really at the top of it, and Andy getting it through. Perfect bluff catcher for L.
Alright, bump,
Top
bump,
pair, he blocks the straight at the bottom with his 5.
This is new.
And getting it through on that end. Creative bluff from Andy. In a game that's been played fairly face up so far.
Oh, and they always say the grass is green on the other side, right? So no matter what you do, you're gonna complain about it.
Green?
Huh?
Green?
No, there's a saying saying that people, when a lot of people complain about whatever situation they're in right now because they're always looking at the other side. But when you're on the other side, you're gonna want to be on the other side. It's always you're never gonna be.
Right.
It's never gonna be.
How do you say that in Chinese? I always wonder. 'Cause I try to explain that to someone. Huh?
围墙.
围墙.
围墙. It's
围
like a
墙.
wall.
Okay, 围墙, that's it?
There's a famous
300.
writer wrote about this.
Okay, that concept, right? Look at this monster.
Fold.
Such a monster. On this side. With the face too. Sure, let's see a turn.
Yeah,
Let's see a turn on
just to
both.
see. Oh, not so much
Nothing.
monster anymore.
Nothing.
Well,
But safe.
Still something, right?
it's still everything.
Still
Nothing
the
is
board,
still
yeah.
everything.
Still the world, yeah.
I mean, I play a lot of limit hold'em, just only, but I find no limit interesting. I find big bet games interesting, but I find limit games just, more action, it's more relaxed. Okay. More fun. So, yeah.
150.
There's a big discrepancy between a game like No Limit Hold'em and Limit Hold'em. It becomes a lot more gambly when you're playing Limit, getting a really great price to see the next card pretty much every single time.
Okay.
And it attracts a new crowd of people. There's not a lot of new
Twice.
school guys around my age that are jumping into the limit streets.
Raise to 400. Fold.
As we see David rejoin the table, I think the action just came back into the room.
Perfect time to buy the button there.
Yep, I'll take it.
Of course, David's buying the button, jumping right back into the mix. Got about 100K in front of him today.
Thank you.
150. Call. Heads up. Check. Check.
David with middle pair and a gutter ball to a straight flush. Again, with just ace high on this really connected
100.
monotone flop. King on the turn, she's gonna heavily favor her range as the pre-flop aggressor, so she's gonna take a small stab in river.
Check.
The nut straight on this 3-diamond board.
300. Fold.
And David really been playing lights out today.
I had a straight flush draw. Just holding the 8 of diamonds.
Fold.
So thank you guys for joining us on this
Again,
Thursday
second
afternoon
button
four-handed
in
poker game.
history. You folded.
200.
Got religion.
Stop.
Yeah, when I 3-bet you, you gotta run.
I felt the
You see too many of my hands, you're laughing. Thanks a lot, man. I have no idea what's going on. You realize how bad that would be for the game if I knew what you guys had?
yeah. It's like that scene in
I
Rounders.
just wonder what is.
The guy comes in and he knows
What is
everybody
a
has.
VPIF 70% fold on the button? I just wonder what kind
I
of
looked at the
hand.
game for like 2 seconds. It's like you just
Really bad. If it was like deuce 4, I would be playing, and like, I then thought that I was like getting caught, you know, and I was like, well, that's certainly purpose.
Right, yeah, yeah. I was like,
Make everything awful. I do suited, you know I call.
70 suited, of course.
Even I have standards. Who's my? Oh, David. Is your mic? Who's mic? Not working. We good?
My name is Rai Guy. Thank you guys for joining us, and
Fold.
if you guys have any
I got
questions,
inspired by you and then play.
please put them in the
Please
chat, and
not.
happy to answer them, especially
And
today.
then
Yeah,
Quieter stream.
Your problem was you ran into Jack Deuce, so you were dominating.
Playing these games up to the 25-50 streets. Usually plays with a $100 straddle, so no small game. Also commentate on at least a stream per week when I'm down here in Los Angeles. Originating from Toronto, Canada.
150. Fold.
You guys got any questions for me? Or you want to ask me to talk about something? Let's get it in the chat. Anything poker or non-poker related, as long as it's PG-13.
David, we were asking, while you were on your call, we were asking everybody here what the craziest or shadiest situation poker has ever put you in.
Fold.
What stupidest position I've ever put myself in?
Yeah, whatever, you know, craziest
200.
or...
I might have gone all in a few times blind in big games. I remember one time I went all in blind 3 times in a row at the start of the game. and on one of the hands, I actually cracked kings with 6 deuce. I went all in blind, the guy called with kings, and I cracked him with 6 deuce. That's why, you know, among the reasons it became my
250.
favorite hand.
Brian, can we change David's name on the graphics to stick
Call.
up?
Come on, Andy.
Yeah.
Call. Check. Check.
Queen high.
I told you, going, you know, straight, no more bluffing, no more overbetting. Check call, buy the book. That'll really throw you off.
It almost seems unfair. How do you have top pair? It's not right.
I like seeing David back into the
My
mix.
new
Always
river
brings
to
a
straight, that's
Good
what I thought.
attitude.
One of the commandments
Nice
of the new
table talk.
religion. Thou
Good
shalt
table
not
presence.
bluff.
Clearly does very well for himself.
500. Fold. Fold.
In his life.
I believe
How
you.
does he
Willing
know?
to come
I
here and
believe.
mix it up with these high-level pros. Today, getting the better of all of them. Biggest winner so far, sitting $100,000 deep. 3-betting the suited ace out of position and getting it through 9-10.
I got another crazy hand for you
75.
guys. All the sickos out there will appreciate this hand. One time I was in a big home game, and I 3-bet a guy with 8 deuce offsuit. I flopped a pair of deuces, and there was a couple of big cards out there. And I bet big. He called. The turn,
275. Fold.
nothing. And I bet a very big bet on the turn. He called. And the river came another deuce. And I just went all in. And then I just showed him the 8, which matched absolutely nothing on the board because it was all high cards. He tanked and tanked and tanked, and then he called with a big pair. And he was like, how the hell did you 3-bet, bet the flop, bet the turn, and then shove the river?
It came deuce, Sid? So flop.
I flopped a deuce,
Oh, you flopped
and
deuce.
then I rivered another deuce.
Oh, okay.
I'm straddling, guys, straddling.
Okay.
That's sick.
$100
So,
straddle.
but it was the betting that
Fold.
confused
That threw him
the
off,
shit
yeah,
out of me,
yeah.
all right? That's a true story.
600. Fold.
That's a pretty sick level on Dave.
Hard to read.
This part.
Then I had another.
So you had him. You had the deuce. You had
Yeah,
quads.
I
You
had
quads.
8 deuce offsuit. No, it was just I had trip deuce.
Oh, tripped you.
Pro tip for
You
you
showed
guys.
him an 8.
Chat
I
with
showed him an 8
Oh.
after I went all in,
Yeah.
and he's
Action
like,
player
"What the
shows
hell?"
you a irrelevant
Like,
card.
You know, because he could beat if I had top pair with an
Yeah,
8.
you
He
had,
could
like,
beat.
top
He's
pair.
thinking
Right?
the
He was
The
thinking
only
the whole
hand
time.
I could beat.
And I literally looked at him.
Only
I
hand you lose
said,
is
"You
his
know
8.
that I,
Yeah.
you know I bet the flop. You know I bet the turn.
Big blind, please.
Would I be crazy enough to do that with 8 deuce? Come on."
That would be some type of leveling. That would be.
Was it suited?
No.
Fold. Fold.
That was fun.
If you don't show him, he might fold.
225.
You ever made anybody cry at the poker table?
No.
Oh.
Made a lot of people scratch their heads.
There's no crying in poker.
Yeah.
225.
Only at home,
Fold.
in private,
We hope.
amongst your loved ones.
Those are the hands that make poker interesting. Not winning with aces full. Come on.
I mean, it's not cool that you have aces full, but yet someone calls you.
Yeah. Anybody can win with that.
Fold. Fold. Call. Check. 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 100. Fold.
3 pair.
You got everything.
I had another very stupid hand here in the section playing
Fold.
Omaha High. It was like 200, Omaha High. And
Limit.
yeah, limit.
Limit.
Right? And I capped it pre-flop. My hand was 6, 4,
200.
4, 4. One of the worst starting hands you could have in Omaha, right?
Yeah.
Trips.
Yeah.
And 6, 4, 4, 4, and I capped it. And because I was raising crazily, I had like 4 or 5 players in the hand, right? And the board came King, Queen, 5. I had absolutely nothing, no pair, no draw, no nothing. I
150?
capped it on the flop. What I didn't know was one guy had a set of kings, another guy had a set of queens, right? The turn, of course, gives an 8, right? And then I cap it again on the turn, and the river, I hit the gutter ball for a straight to crack both the set of kings and set of queens. And they actually took a picture of the hand and put it on somewhere.
That's pretty amazing. That's true.
I think I was a 1%er after the club.
Yeah.
Wait, this is in Limit Omaha.
Limit Omaha.
That happens all the time. I don't know. I've been playing that game lately. Nothing. I don't. I've seen nothing new.
Travel or raise?
Raise.
Raise to 100.
Yeah.
Nothing new.
Right.
Yeah.
Both guys were like,
Oh.
what the hell? One set of kings, one set of queens.
You just had a gut shot.
I had nothing on the flop. I had to hit
Yeah,
runner,
but
runner.
you have odds to call.
I had to hit runner, runner.
250.
Oh. I guess I play too much limit where it's like another day in the office type of
Right.
like it happens.
Check.
How does he know to
So David,
check?
the initial
So
raiser,
good.
Andy calling out of
So
the
good.
big blind, decides to lead on this board. That's just heavily going to favor his range, the 6-5-4 board.
I wasn't expecting that.
Unique situation that not a lot of people will take, where they're going to lead a lot of low card boards. In theory, very correct. Now David's going to take over the aggression lead with his 7 high straight. And
1600.
I don't think Andy's going anywhere. David is very aggressive. He's only repping a 7 for value here.
Show me your hand, I'll give you advice. Oh, wow. Excellent laydown.
I mean, you could just be having a deuce, I
10
guess.
seconds.
Alright, fine. Probably have a deuce. You would have a deuce.
I'll show you one to help you.
9 deuce. I knew it.
Yeah, if anybody's going to have a deuce there, it's definitely
God,
David.
he's so good. How the hell does he check that turn and then fold the river? Can't beat this guy.
Thank you, everyone. Good luck.
That's what happens when you play with a deuce too often. That anytime a deuce makes a hand, they just
Put you on a deuce, yeah.
He knows I love all those low cards. That much he does.
As always, our leaderboard brought to you by True Classic. Use the promo code LATB for 40% off, even 25% off your order. Go to trueclassics.com/LATB. Andy, the big winner on the day, up to $32,000. Yen, the big spender, down right around the same. David up 17K, L up 3,000, and Joe and Eddie both hitting the rail early on with a 10K deficit apiece.
300. 700. Check. Check.
Andy flipping top 2 against David's pair of 10s here on this King Jack 5 deuce board.
17.
17 overbet gets called once by David. See if he wants to get sticky over one more street.
Yeah.
$56.
5,600.
So overbet
Yeah.
from Andy. I like it.
hate you, Andy.
All the draws bricked
Not
out.
afraid of the deuce?
Really attacking the top of David's range, something like a king or a strong jack. Really attacking his bluff catchers with this
10 seconds.
sizing. And David pays it off.
Good read, good read.
Overkill.
Good read. You like the flop?
Wasn't bad, wasn't bad.
Non-believer with his pocket 10s.
there to make you put him on tilt. Instead, I try to make a hero call.
Fold. Raise, 200. Call. Fold. Check. 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 Granted. Fold. Raise 300. Raise 1650. Boom. Fold. Raise 150. Fold. Fold.
Do you speak Vietnamese? I think I recall you saying you're half, right? Half Chinese.
Tiny kid level.
Speak Chinese.
Just a few food items.
So you just English.
I only speak bluff.
Okay.
But you're not born here. You must have come when you're young.
Baby.
1200. Call. Check. Check.
Oh, I missed this hand. Man, we could have had fun.
Have fun on that one? You two pair again, huh? I know that's your board.
You would have
I was
not
like-
been happy.
Oh, it's like, thank God David is in this one. Why do I keep calling you David? It's not your name. It's such a random generic name.
Fold. 150. Check.
That's definitely not my fluff.
Second, third. Fold. 150. Call. Check. Call. Check. Check. 175.
Let's keep risking money.
Ooh.
You just don't know how to play that hand.
Yeah, you're supposed to call, then check raise the turn, and shove the river. Guarantee you will win.
He's right. It worked.
Raise, 200. Fold, fold, fold. Raise, 200.
6.
Raise to 600.
So Elle and David getting involved. Again, talking about a four-handed poker game, these two hands are pretty big monsters. Could see David four-betting this or just calling from out of position. I think he's going to take the aggressive action as he typically does. Just decides to flick in the call. Let's see 3. 9 high board, pretty safe for kings. David has the ace of clubs, so we can speculate with a float here pretty comfortably.
800.
Elle picking up big sizing with his kings, trying to cooler hands like 10s, 8s. All these hands that want to see one more. 7 of diamonds, certainly better for David's range, so Elle identifying that, checking it over, and this is the kind of river that's going to get Elle paid.
1600.
David believes he's value betting, and let's see if Elle wants to come over the top with a raise. Pretty nice candidate here to raise it on up and fold to a re-raise.
Call.
Decides to proceed with caution, which is also a pretty standard
Where's the
approach.
rest of
Pocket
the pot?
kings.
Wow, he just called. Amazing. Thank you.
He's gonna take this one down. Not the biggest pot ever, but certainly nice to gain some momentum in your direction.
Well, I get those hands, I get stacked. He gets those hands and he...
Because they don't put you on 5-3.
I'm saying if I had kings, I would... how you... You wouldn't call anyhow. I don't think.
I might raise.
I might raise?
I might raise.
Whoa. Whoa.
How does Andy?
All right, we're gonna do we're gonna do a bomb.
Oh, 10 jack suited?
Lead, baby.
God,
I would 3-bet you for sure.
10 jack. Wow.
We're gonna do a bomb pot right now. You got the Alex? We're doing a bomb pot. Yeah. King 8 on the top.
Oh, check, check, check.
So a really interesting spot here for David. He's got a marginal hand on both sides. And she's getting a little sticky with it. Playing really well earlier, but a couple of missteps since he came back.
Nice three. How'd you hit that three?
Oh wow. That's
10 kicker plays. So Andy's gonna scoop this double board bomb pot. For someone who doesn't play double board bomb pots ever, he's been really navigating these masterfully. It's always fun throwing in these unique elements of the game, similarly to what we saw there.
Nice three.
And Andy stacks. Just keeps increasing the
Button
level of his
stays?
stack.
You guys want the button to stay or you want to move?
Stay.
Stay.
Okay. Fold. Raise 200. Call. Check. 200. Call. Check. 500. Call. Check. Check.
I'm stubborn. It's hard to bluff me. I pay off a lot more than I get home.
Raise 150. Fold. Call. Check. 200. Call.
So a couple of big hands colliding. Yen with the flush, Andy with the nut flush draw, with that ace of diamonds in his hands.
800. Straddle's on. $300. Call.
Oh, family pot.
First one.
It's like a bomb pot. But we get to see our hands.
Check. $600.
Yeah, and turning a set, now she's going to lead into the field, and theme of the day so far, not a whole lot going her way. Seeing the flop four ways, not a player in the game having the ace to bluff catch with.
Fold. 150.
650.
650. Fold. Raise 200. Call. Fold. Okay. 200. Fold. Raise 150. Raise 500. Fold. Fold. Rattles off. $300. Fold. Fold. Fold.
The kitty game.
Sure. You guys want? I'll play whatever.
Yep.
$50 on the button.
100.
Huh?
No, 50.
There's only 4 of us.
But it's only
Yeah, but it adds
25,
up
50.
fast, yeah.
Alright, they're doing $50 on the button.
No. Action is still the same.
Oh, action still the same.
So
Yeah.
only the small blind can win, right?
Wait,
No,
it's on
action
me,
is
it's on
still
me.
same.
It's just a kitty, only the small blind.
Yeah.
You know the kitty, right? The kitty? Yeah. Small blind can win it only.
Okay. 150 is the bet. $125.
That's my board. What are you doing?
Stealing.
Wow, you're stealing on a board that is my board?
That was my only hope.
Yeah, you had your hand and you have my hand.
You have me beat.
Did I?
I'm willing to bet.
I'll take that bet.
I'll take it. Well, how much you want to bet? 100?
Well, we'll see it live. Right?
Yeah, we'll see it live. I'll tell you the truth.
Okay.
You want 100?
Well, I
For
mean,
fun. It's just for fun.
You're betting that you were bluffing as well.
I'm betting that she had a better hand.
Even though you bet 300 in the pot.
No? Quarter. A quarter.
A quarter.
Okay. I had 5 high.
Well, I mean, well, I guess you're betting that. Well, no, that's not. I mean, I'll give you a quarter, but I think that's kind of a bad bet on my part because you're making the bet knowing that you have like
Yeah,
a card.
that's why it's a quarter. It was for fun.
Yeah. I mean, I think like that kind of.
Give it to the dealer.
Okay, whatever. Okay, let me play this out first. A little confusing. 150. I'll give it to the dealer, but yeah, I think
give it
that's
to the dealer. I was going to give it to him anyway.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that was a bad bet on my part. Check.
$500.
This time I'll bet I had the best.
You won that, so you.
I win? Oh my God, I feel so happy.
Oh, we are doing that. I forgot all about that.
Weren't we all supposed to put $50 in at the start, guys? Come on.
No, that's a reset.
Yeah, why don't we do that?
The button play.
Everybody $50.
Yeah,
Come on.
150 reset.
Come on.
Wait, what?
Everybody put $50 at the start.
At the start?
Yeah, so it's at least 200.
Oh, I thought we
Come
were.
on. Now you just add $50 each time, right?
So we do this.
200. Fold. Fold. Heads up.
We can see an interesting hand here if the right flop comes out.
Check.
And that might be the qualifier again, flopping the straight. Andy with some ambitious backdoor potential, but breaking out on this turn between the two players and that 8 of clubs on the board. We got a straight flush here. Check, check on the turn once again, and 3 on the river.
Check.
Straight.
Flopped it.
Yeah, and flopping the nuts, getting no more money in the middle.
You only have jackpot.
A little piece, a little piece.
His radar, so good.
Really good today.
Go. Almost a pot.
So
2 more hands and we'll have a pot.
So the button keeps adding 50, right?
Yeah, button keeps that.
And only the small blind can win.
There's a straddle on this hand. 300. Fold. Call.
1200.
Making it 1200.
Yeah, so too much. All right.
Come on.
Fold. 150.
Call.
Call.
Again, coming it up with queen jack offsuit. Andy taking a flop with a speculative hand, and David in there with middle pair now.
200. Call.
Yeah, and going to continue on this board, which allows for her to have a ton of draws with top pair and the straight draw. Get called in a couple of places, and Andy turning the straight right away. I think this is the card he wants to consider leading on at a high frequency.
800.
And right on cue, 800 with his 8. A little bit of a hint there. Probably shed David,
800.
but
And they both fold.
oh, and Yen goes and folds her top pair straight
So we're
draw.
I
resetting
think
to.
let's do 25 reset.
I don't care.
It makes more sense because it's only 4-handed.
So 25 reset.
Pretty easy for the small blind to win.
It's okay.
You win a whopping $200.
Yippee.
Fold.
Let's do 275.
275. Fold. Fold.
And then it's 50 each.
Okay.
Fold. 300. Fold. Fold.
How did they know?
So much.
I had to protect my pocket kings.
Protect.
Protect the pocket aces.
I believe that. That's why I folded. I'm like, it's going to be very hard to crack pocket kings in these two cards.
Can't believe I'm winning with big cards. Something's wrong.
$150.
Call.
Call. Call. Barn. Fold. 175. Heads up. Check. 200. Call. Check. Check. 300. Call.
10 high.
And he's checking it over and snapping it off with his pair of queens. So he gets a small bet placed into him.
Fold. 200. Call. Call. Check. 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 Check.
Monster. Nice. Monster.
Just like that. Check down and then wins.
25 each, guys. I'm calling you, you bluff. Of course.
Absolutely nothing. $175.
175. Call. Fold, fold. $200. Call. $350.
So David gonna continue to apply pressure with his top pair, and L with ace high just gonna give it up. So once again, thank you guys for joining us for this Thursday edition of Live at the Bike. We got about 20 minutes left of four-handed play, and if you haven't already, make sure you like and subscribe. True Classics, our sponsor today. Head to trueclassics.com. Use the promo code LATB for 25% off of some of the freshest t-shirts in the game. And you're going to be 3-betting the King Queen offsuit, and L probably going to continue here in position against Andy with a fairly speculative hand, but it is a four-handed poker game, so you got to make some more of these calls. L not in the mood to gamble it up right now.
Quarter range.
It's 100 total.
Should be 100 under, right? Total?
Yeah, you throw it
Is
over.
there? Yeah,
100 total.
Yeah, it's on here. Yeah.
Oh,
150.
150.
Andy opening up the button with the computer hand, David with the mystery, and L with ace high. 10 high, unconnected board. Likely gonna hit David the hardest out of all three ranges. Gonna lead out for Tiny into the field, get called in a couple of spots. Andy's got a straight draw. L has a straight draw, and now L has a pair of twos.
6.
That's good.
And the 6. Gonna take it down.
Ooh, oh, the whole 100?
King 6
all yours.
offsuit.
Shit, unbelievable.
Here's my quarter.
Unbelievable. Oh my god, the whole thing.
King 6.
Share my profit.
Okay. King of diamonds, 6-0. I don't remember. Okay.
Tell me you're sorry.
200.
That's it. Blocked you right there. That's
Too little.
I know. No incentives.
Oh shit, sorry.
Not even worth it.
I know, I feel like it should be bigger.
It should be bigger.
We should do
No,
100.
no, it goes on.
Does it?
It'll go up, yeah.
Yeah, but it's too slow for it to accumulate, right? It's like $50 a hand, and then
But that's something extra. That's something we didn't even have before.
I guess, yeah. But imagine if it was 100 every hand. Then this game would be out of the muck very soon.
Exactly.
People going crazy with any ace.
175.
$175.
Yeah.
Let's make it $675. Oh, oops, not too much.
675. Check. $575.
So David hitting trips here with his ace-8 on this 8-8-9 board, and Andy's gonna continue with a call. David turning quads, and David with quads is a lot more dangerous than any other player with quads. Now Andy with a fairly clean bluff catcher here. Ace-King high is gonna have some decent showdown value on this kind of board, depending on what size David uses here. Going for a pot-sized river bet. Now you beat all the non-pair hands. Now is David ever checking back a 9? And is he ever taking this line with a straight himself? And Andy just gotta pay it off. Maybe he hits him with a slow roll.
Pretty good.
Just an ace kicker.
Oh my god.
Is that right? I was worried.
About? You're just unlucky.
Should have just said ace high.
You're just unlucky. You're just unlucky.
Good call, Andy.
You're unlucky
I was
he
like,
doesn't have
please
ten.
raise, Andy. I'll muck. Please raise.
Oh my god.
Hey, I made a bad read on you too. We're even.
Thought you could have a 10. I didn't think you would.
It's hard to get quads.
Yeah.
How do you not have tens full there?
Nothing a lot of the times.
That's where you ran bad.
No, I run terrible.
That's where you ran
That hand was almost as spicy as Habo Hot Sauce, our sponsor for Live at the Bike, a delicious spicy hot sauce that'll keep you coming back for more.
What happened?
Check out
I
the
call.
Habo
I
Hot
call.
Sauce.
You call? I raised to 300.
Check. Call.
That's fast, Andy.
Tens for David. He also has a club in his hand.
500.
Andy's gonna want to lead this card, and yes, he does right away. Snap leading it out there.
Six of clubs, black deck.
I checked the river blind.
And Andy checking it blind.
Why would you do this? All right, I check.
I have 4.
And David's gonna win here with his pocket tens.
You were in good shape.
I was gonna say, yeah. You had a club though in your hand, right? I wasn't that good shape.
I wanted the same board as last time. 888.
David just enjoys to play poker. You can tell this guy's winning at life.
See, I don't know how to play big hand. Give me the little cards any day. I feel way more comfortable betting that shit.
Two.
200. Oh. Check.
4.
200.
A couple of players clearing their queen on the turn. David and L. L's got the better quick kicker. David's got the straight draw to go alongside his 4. And Andy rivering the flush.
Black,
Trying to keep
6 of
these two
clubs,
players
and
to
I
value
need a
now.
9 of diamonds in the red deck.
Tiny bet. $200 on the river. I think that's going to get a crying call out of L.
I have a queen and a 4.
Queen 4?
Yeah, and no diamond.
No, L making the good fold, saving a couple $100 when he's getting 7 to 1.
And that 250 could have been mine.
Could have been, could have been all yours.
You got the 6 of clubs?
Yeah.
We just gotta check out these cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, they turned green. It's not now.
You're hot?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was freezing earlier. Now it's kind of warm. It's hard to.
Just a little bit. Can you? Just a little? Not so warm?
It's kind of, yeah.
Just a little. Not much.
52 degrees?
60. Feels like it's like 75.
Yeah, 70.
150.
150. Family. $300.
1-2 pair. David with top pair on this 8-high monotone board. And he's gonna get in quite a bit of trouble here. 9 of diamonds on the river brings 1 over to the 8, but fairly innocuous brick. Does bring in some straight draws, but
19.
an 8 in this situation is one of the best hands that David will reach this decision point with.
Yeah, 532.
And he just locked in today.
5 and 532.
Great value bet from him. Bottom 2 pair.
Missing 5 too?
It's the only good thing I got. Only good thing I can say about that.
5.
Pocket tens.
530. 6 coming now. There's a mission to one. Right here it is. Cool. Here's the drop. Last hand. And this next hand player is going to be a bomb top. And just a kitty game, that's it. Yeah.
Our leaderboard tonight brought to you by True Classic. Use the promo code LATB to receive 25% off your True Classic tees. TrueClassics.com/LATV to receive your own swag. VPIPs, David leading the way, 71%.
Andy, you took all my profit. I'm up 12.
And the VPIPs are all extremely high today. Andy, the biggest winner, up a
Put it
cool
on the
50
Dragon.
grand. Elle and David both up about $1,000 apiece. And Yen, heavy spender, down about $32,000.
What's going on with this game? No wonder it's so boring.
Andy also rocking a 50% VPIP, L 45, and Yen 33% as we wind down this show.
Five of diamonds, jack of clubs, queen of spades, first.
Only Andy won.
200.
Only me. I deserve it. I deserve
No
it.
one, no one win.
I haven't won in 6 weeks.
Oh,
I've been losing every game I play.
You really haven't had a winning session in 6 weeks?
No, I've had a couple, but I've had like very big losses in the last 6 weeks. Like
Check.
losses that would
500.
wipe out 5 wins, easily.
Call.
So David turning a set on the bottom board, which is a full house, and Yen with a mystery hand. This is the kind of time you want to really ramp up the aggression and try to get your opponent off maybe a queen on the top board.
22.
That's what David's going to do. I think it's going to be a
I'll
chop
take
here a lot
one
of the
of
time, though. Yen's probably got something like a jack.
Jack of hearts, 5 of spades.
Yeah, so jack 5.
There on the top.
Very
had a
difficult to be
chance.
scooped
I
on
had a
both
club.
boards.
You draw
I
some.
have a club. On the
What? You had a club? What do you mean?
I don't have glasses.
Good turn, nice turn.
That was a pretty good turn. Jack 5. Just so satisfying.
5 of 6.
You're telling me.
Oh wait, now I'm up another $12. I think I should go on lockdown. 24 shit. Straddle.
Straddle. Fold. Fold.
I call.
Call. Run it.
I know you got aces.
Good read.
100.
I can call that.
Beat aces?
Action board here, Andy with middle pair,
Oh,
and
that
David
check.
turning the nuts.
300.
I think it's going to cost Andy a couple of bets here. Doesn't seem like he's going to be in much of a folding mood. And when that ace pairs on the river, flush does come in, but David's definitely going to go for another street.
What you got? A deuce?
Kings.
Kings?
No, I don't know. I fold.
Yeah, I didn't have much either.
And
Oh my
Andy
god.
finding the right fold.
Thank God I didn't hit my trips.
Damn, it's fine.
If I had aces, that would be sick though. Spots.
I didn't have much, Andy.
Andy and David battling back and forth. Seem to really enjoy playing alongside one another.
Please have an ace.
150. Raise to 450.
L waking up with King's music to his ears, getting 3-bet out of Yen, who's on the button. L's going to put more money in when it gets back to him.
I know, it's all you.
1,800 looks correct.
I can't win with.
Can't win the big ones. Exactly.
Re-raise, 2,200. Fold.
Nice raise.
2,200, he gets it done.
I have
There are a
no
couple of
idea.
players who are a little bit out of line.
Just fold them.
Pretty standard 3-bet hand, cutoff versus button, but
No, then my V-tip goes
versus the
down,
4-bet, it's very difficult
that's
to
true.
continue with Queen 9 suited, and that'll do it for us. David, we got $86,000. Andy stacks. Up about 50 grand from the start of the show. But David, the highest on the VPIP scale, 71%, Andy 50%, L 44%, Yen 33. Andy up a cool 49,000 American dollars, L 2,600. David up 1K. Joe and Eddie both hit the rail early, down 10,000 in Yen. Stuck it out, but is also stuck about $33,000 on the show. So thank you guys for joining us. My name is Rygon. From Houston, Rick, Wayne, Brian, Matthew, JJ, Alex, Eric, and Jeff. Thank you guys for joining us for this edition of Live at the Bike. We'll see you guys tomorrow for some great action.
Support for Live at the Bike comes from True Classic. True Classic has the absolute best fitting t-shirts a man can buy. Finding the right t-shirt is incredibly frustrating. Most t-shirts are either way too tight on your gut or they look way too big and boxy. It's time to go all in on True Classic. True Classic has already helped over 2 million men finally get a better fit at an affordable price. Our listeners get access to the best deal they offer. For a limited time only, get 25% off with the code LATB at trueclassic.com.